Tony, could you please call the roll?
Jimenez,
Present.
Peralta,
Here.
Cohen,
Here.
Carrasco,
Here.
Davis, Esparza,
Here.
Arenas, Foley,
Here.
Mahan,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Liccardo.
Present.
Have a quorum.
Thank you, Tony. Our remaining item this evening is 4.1, the gun harm reduction ordinance. I should ask, I don't think there's any presentation, but Nora or Lee or Jennifer, if you wish to make any presentation, certainly welcome that.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not.
Okay.
Same here. No presentation.
Okay, great. All the materials, of course, are presented and the agenda, and we can certainly have a more full discussion after public comment. Let's first go to public comment. I know that many people would like to speak. We're going to limit public comment to 1 minute just so we can
Mayor?
hear from everyone. Yes, Councilmember Foley.
Mayor, I'm
Oh, thank
sorry,
you,
before we
Councilmember Foley.
begin, I have a
Yes.
statement I need to read. I forgot.
I'm sorry,
that
I should have
needed to
called
do
on you.
that.
Yeah, my
I'm
fault.
sorry, I'm spacing out a little bit. I just want to disclose an inadvertent Brown Act violation in relation to this item. And here's some background. There was some confusion about which council offices were involved in a Brown Act group on this item versus the straw purchase Brown Act group that was going on at the same time. My office reached out to Vice Mayor Jones' office asking whether we were in a Brown Act group with their office, and communicated our position in support of this item to Vice Mayor Jones' office. Shortly thereafter, it came to our attention that Vice Mayor Jones was already in a Brown Act group with 5 other offices, and that we had inadvertently involved a majority of council on this item. Thus, I have inadvertently violated the Brown Act.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Foley. And Nora, just so that we're all clear about what the remedy is for any inadvertent violation, could you share?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The full disclosure that Councilmember Foley just made is what's required under the Brown Act. And thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Nora, and thank you, Councilmember. All right, so for those who are watching, the gun harm reduction ordinance consists of really 2 major components. One is a requirement that all gun owners in the city of San Jose would retain insurance, liability insurance, and have evidence of that insurance with a self-attestation will be kept with the gun. And secondly, that funds will be invested in harm reduction initiatives that help to support efforts to reduce gun violence, whether from domestic violence, suicide, or a host of other ways through a fee that is paid by gun owners. Okay, let's go to public comment. Tony?
Peter Andrada.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Council. My name is Peter Andrada, and I'm both a citizen of San Jose and a gun owner. I find myself seemingly between 2 sides who are yelling rhetoric at each other. There is a middle ground. An example is the Be Smart organization, which advocates storing of firearms safely in homes via the use of a quick access safe. Honorable Council, keeping 2 pieces of paper with my firearm will not reduce gun harm. 3 things that will reduce gun harm. Number 1 and number 2 are educating families on the 4 principles of gun ownership and how to use GVROs. The gun violence restraining order is a powerful tool immediately available to all households in San Jose. Number 3 is having a trauma kit. Wherever my firearm goes, my trauma kit goes. Swap out the current proposed requirements instead for very strong community education and a trauma kit requirement, and I'm on board 100% with a rewritten Part 6. I implore the council to not pass this as written tonight.
Dinur Bloom.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Council. Thank you very much for inviting us to speak. I very much am in favor of the bill as it's written, or the ordinance as it's written. However, I do like what the previous commenter made about better education. My colleague and I have studied the social causes of mass shootings in the United States. And one of the things we've come across is that most mass shootings are committed with handguns. They're committed with pistols. They're committed with weapons that are very easily accessible. And most of these weapons, while some, I should say, are acquired legally, many are not. We know that there are people who will go to neighboring states, purchase guns legally there, bring them back, and harm people back home. I think having this extra step, having this extra registration is going to be a step towards harm reduction. I think the education that the previous person mentioned is a fantastic idea. That said, I'm very much in favor of the bill as it's written.
Karen Pandala.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My daughter was shot and killed in San Jose, so I know firsthand the terrible loss and ongoing grief of losing a loved one unnecessarily to gun violence. Every life is precious and holds the potential to make a positive difference in this world. A vote in favor of this ordinance is a vote to preserve life and promote a future with less gun violence. Please vote to pass the gun harm reduction ordinance to prevent other families from suffering from gun violence. Thank you.
Louis Pandula.
Dear Mayor Liccardo and council members, gun ownership comes with risks. Risks to gun owners and risks to us all. These risks also have costs associated with gun deaths, injuries, and psychological trauma. Until now, we've all been paying these costs, whether we own guns or not. I believe it's time for gun owners to pay their fair share. I fully support your ordinance requiring insurance for gun owners, and I thank you so much for working diligently to make San Jose and our communities safer. Thank you.
Paul Soto.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. The fact that you didn't present anything, that was a coward move, Liccardo, that you didn't even afford us your logic and your reasoning behind why you did this law. That's number one. Number two is I don't appreciate you politicizing someone else's suffering. Okay, these serious issues and people got killed, and you got the audacity to come up in here and act like you are going to be the savior of us all. Okay, why don't you start with the people that are in Columbus Park? Huh? Why don't you start there? Huh? Because I suggest that they need your attention more than gun owners need their attention. They can protect themselves. But my homeboys and my homegirls in Columbus Park, along the Guadalupe, over there on the east side, you know what? This is what you need to lead. And you got your nerve, dude. And that the memo that was produced by Peralta, dude, you want to continue to associate gun death, mental health, and drug addiction. Ain't gonna happen.
Amanda Hawes.
Thank you. I've been a longtime resident of San Jose, and in all of my work, I fight to show how much we can accomplish through prevention. The old saw about an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. It's worth so much more than that, particularly when there's no cure. When we're talking about gun violence, the damage that can be suffered is all too often irreparable. These are very reasonable steps that are being proposed. I fully support the legislation. I will work with everybody to see that it is affected in a way that engages and uses our commitment to our community for the well-being of all. Thank you.
Jackie Hefner.
Thank you for bringing this ordinance up for a vote. I am a resident of San Jose, and I and my family support this ordinance. Charging a fee and requiring insurance does not restrain anyone from owning a gun, but it does require that gun owners show responsibility for owning a gun, the same as owning and driving a car. The residents of San Jose deserve the right to be safe without being exposed to negligent gun ownership. States with stricter gun control measures have far lower rates of homicides by guns. Thank you very much, and please vote yes.
Susie McLean,
Thank you. As a doctor, I care deeply about preventing injuries and death. For 30 years, I practiced primary care medicine at Kaiser, and most of my patients were San Jose residents. I retired a few years ago, and since then, I have devoted myself to learning about and advocating for a public health approach to reduce firearm deaths. Liability insurance will incentivize safer firearm practices, and using fees to support evidence-based interventions will save lives. I applaud the mayor for putting forward this ordinance, and I urge all of you to vote yes.
Julie Parsonet,
Hi, I'm speaking today as a professor of medicine and of epidemiology at Stanford and as a board member of Doctors for America, an organization of thousands of doctors that puts patients over politics. Gun injuries and deaths have gotten out of hand in the United States, and the majority of these deaths are suicides, many of which are preventable. The cost of gun injuries and deaths is over $2,000 per household per year, a lot of money. My husband is a retired Air Force colonel, expert marksman, and a pilot. He's required to be a pilot to keep his plane in a secured airport, to get a check ride every 2 years, to get regular physicals, to have liability insurance, and to show that he's capable of flying the plane. And some of his taxes pay for air traffic control. We need to do similar things with guns. And I totally support having liability insurance and programs that provide for education. It's wonderful to see San Jose taking the lead in this area.
Jonathan Fleming, go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. I am speaking for myself. Almost everyone who has homeowners or renters insurance already has accidental gun liability insurance. So the costs incurred by San Jose residents will not be reduced because these policies are already in place. No one can purchase negligent gun liability insurance because you cannot be insured for intentionally committing a crime. You cannot tax a constitutional right. This does nothing to stop crime. Implement real solutions which reduce gun crime. Enforce and prosecute existing gun laws. Have the city council write and approve a resolution to send to the state assembly and senate to repeal propositions 47, 57, and AB 109. Hire more police officers, build mental health hospitals, and fund sobriety programs. The city auditor reported only 3% of San Joseans believe the city government.
Michelle Liu,
good evening. On behalf of the Health Trust, I want to convey support for the gun harm reduction ordinance. As a nonprofit in San Jose focused on building health equity, we believe that gun violence is a public health concern that demands immediate attention. We urge your aye vote tonight to protect our community from preventable gun deaths. Thank you.
Wally Gardner,
Yeah. The other people are explaining all the logical reasons and common sense reasons why this thing will do nothing. My concern is that list of registered gun owners who are the only ones who will be affected. The minute that list gets out to the criminal world, my home will be a target for a home invasion, as will the homes of everybody else in the state of California who is a law-abiding gun owner. And that is why one of the reasons I oppose it. It scares the hell out of me.
Aline,
Yes, hello. I'm a resident of San Jose, registered gun owner and a supporter of the Second Amendment. I'm telling you to reject this proposed ordinance. It is completely unconstitutional.
The Bill of Rights, of which this right to keep and bear arms is among them, was specifically written to ensure certain personal freedoms and rights are not infringed upon, even by local and state governments. As a citizen of the United States, I have a right to keep and bear arms as I see fit to protect myself and property. A law-abiding citizen should not have to pay for this right, just like they do not have to pay or should not pay for their First Amendment rights to speak, assemble, and worship freely. Instead of attacking law-abiding citizens, put your effort into reducing crime and improving the quality of public education to better the community. So I again ask that you vote no for this ordinance. Thank you.
Brian H. Brian H.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Brian Haberly. I'm a resident of San Jose, and I strongly support the gun harm reduction ordinance. The Pacific Institute report showed that the city spends about $8 million a year responding to shootings, mostly in police response costs, a per capita cost of over $400. With rights come responsibilities. It's my view that the cost of firearms harm should be borne by those that choose to own firearms. Many gun owners wrongly argue that nothing can be done to reduce gun violence. Those same opponents to this ordinance should be the first to support the gun harm reduction ordinance, as it will encourage more responsible ownership, handling, and storage of deadly weapons. I strongly urge the council to vote yes on the gun harm reduction ordinance.
Don Veith.
Yes, hi. Safety of life and limb is an even more fundamental right than the right to possess a gun. The founders didn't need to put it into an amendment because it was well understood in the phrase from the Declaration of Independence about certain unalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We have a right to try to reduce the inherent harm of firearms. And some people say that it is the duty of our elected officials to lead us in exercising our rights. So thank you, Mayor and City Council, for doing your job. Thank you.
Chris. Go ahead, Chris. You're unmuted, but we're not hearing you. Okay, I'm going to move on to Eric Swanson.
Hello, Mayor Liccardo and City Council members. My name is Reverend Eric Swanson, and I'm a resident of San Jose and a local pastor. Some of you know me already. But I'm guessing, and we've already heard this, that we're going to keep hearing all the tired, worn out arguments that we always hear when good firearm safety legislation comes along. These arguments are what have gotten us into this mess and what will keep us in this mess as a country, as a state, where gun violence is the tragic norm. We've recently experienced this, of course, locally in Gilroy and at the VTA, and we watch it on TV as a daily occurrence of mass shootings. What about the rights of those who want to be peaceful and safe? What about the rights of those who want to just go to work or go to a festival without fear? There's a public health concern that we need to take on. So we stand with you in support of this forward-thinking and creative yet logical way of keeping us safe, and like car registration.
John Crittenden.
Mayor and council members, as one who practiced in a large law firm based in this county for 37 years, I know how insurance and the chance to lower premiums by risk management can change behavior and help reduce the risk of loss. We cut our premiums by taking steps to reduce malpractice claims, such as improving calendaring and providing extensive attorney education. Likewise, gun owners would be motivated to reduce their premiums by using safe storage, installing locks, taking safety courses, and pursuing other reasonable risk reduction efforts. The Gun Harm Reduction Ordinance is an innovative and non-burdensome way to help reduce gun violence, and I strongly support it. Thank you.
Cindy Folk.
Cindy Falk, District 9. Leave law abiding holders, gun holders alone, and vote no on this gun control measure. This movement attacking our Second Amendment arises when a mass shooting occurs. San Jose has been unable to protect the citizens from these madmen and criminals, and instead is going after middle-class law-abiding holders. California has the strictest gun laws in the nation, despite having the 7th lowest death rates, according to the Giffords Law Center. The PIRE report indicates that 38.4 million of the 39.7 million estimated costs are caused by criminals and people intentionally breaking the laws. One insurance company is willing to write insurance for willfully breaking the law. Holding 55,000 gun holders responsible for the city's failure to protect us is shameful. Concentrate on criminals and those with mental health issues. And
Patrick G. Patrick G.
Hello?
Yes.
Excellent. While I might appreciate the calls from Mr. Liccardo and Moms Demand tracksuits to keep our city more safe by taxing me more, it seems they disregard the fact that this will apply to people owning firearms on their own property, which is kind of a shut box given the Heller decision. There's no other right that gets taxed in this way. We don't tax people for speaking because they might say things we don't like. We don't tax people for participating in their religion. We don't tax people beforehand because the right to be free of unwarranted search and seizure is inconvenient. That aside, this would target minority firearms owners for the most part. Wherever stops are more likely is where this tax's non-compliance outcomes are going to apply. Just look at the text responses. Five in support for the laziest possible way of asking you to vote a certain way. This is fervently disliked by your constituents. So no, vote no on this ridiculous law that'll get shot down in the courts before you waste more of San Jose's money.
Sunny?
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for this time, Mayor and City Council members. This ordinance is not only an infringement on one's Second Amendment right, it will in turn likely to result in an infringement of one's Fourth Amendment right. It also goes against your very own equity agenda and further widens the gap with this monetary factor. I didn't know it would be a requirement to pay insurance and fees in order to exercise any amendment rights. Please reconsider this ordinance as this is an attempt on a federal overreach at a local level. Thank you.
Paola Maciocia?
Yes, hi, my name is Paula, and I am actually calling you because I'm in favor of this ordinance. I do believe that will incentivize safer behavior from the gun owners while reducing gun injuries and shift the financial burden of gun harm from the taxpayer and victims back to the gun owners. So please vote for this ordinance. Thank you.
Esther?
Good evening. In the United States, there are 90 guns for every 100 citizens. We are the most heavily armed society in the world. Every year, 45,000 people die from firearms. And of those, over 20,000 of those are due to firearm homicides. In the area of domestic violence, guns are used and they can also exacerbate harm and fatalities among not only victims, the perpetrators, law enforcement, co-workers, and other third parties. In the US, 1 million women report being shot, and 4.5 million women, again, survivors of domestic violence, report being threatened with a gun by an intimate partner. This is a public health approach. We're asking responsible gun owners to join us in trying to mitigate the damage, the injury, and the cost that has been borne by the taxpayers. And for San Jose, that's been millions of dollars. Please vote yes.
Calling user 3. Press *6 to unmute.
I'm unmuted.
Hello? Hello?
We can hear you. Hi, we can hear you.
Am I on the?
Yes, you're on.
Okay. Hello, this is Elizabeth Brierly, San Jose homeowner and board member of Silicon Valley Taxpayers Association. We oppose this ordinance for several reasons, but most pertinent, it would impose an illegal tax at the local level, violating the state constitution. The Tax Foundation explains that a tax has the main purpose of raising revenue, whereas a fee recoups the cost of providing a service from its beneficiary. In this case, the gun owner is not the beneficiary. Rather, all city residents would be considered the beneficiary of the proposed services. Who else tried to call a tax a fee? The county's Open Space Authority. We at SVTA wound up defeating them at the California Supreme Court, saving taxpayers tens of millions of dollars and counting. But that agency squandered its time and a lot of taxpayers' money before then. Please don't make the same mistake. Please uphold your oath to protect the Second Amendment and the taxpayers by voting against this ordinance. Thank
you. Mustafa Arshad.
Council members and mayor, I really think this is an important ordinance. I know tensions are pretty high right now. I think in the near future, it will be very evident that this was an obvious thing to do, and we'll wonder why we didn't do it sooner. Please pass this ordinance. Thank you very much. I'll yield my remainder of my time.
Michael Arms. Michael, go ahead, you're unmuted. Okay, I'm going to move on to Tom Scotia.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, I'm a longtime resident of San Jose and I'm opposed to this and would appreciate you voting in opposition to this. One of the points I'd like to mention is that the bulk of violent crime and injuries incurred during those crimes comes from other types of weapons, knives, fists, blunt instruments, and other types of objects. This ordinance singles out firearms and does nothing to impact the injuries and or other problems sustained by victims of violent crime. This additionally, this is likely to be tied up by litigation and end up costing the city substantial amounts of money. As a previous person mentioned, it does tax a fundamental right. Thank you.
Melody. Melody.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, I am a resident of San Jose who works with the local law enforcement within the Criminal Justice Department. In my experience, a great deal of the guns seized are either those unregistered ghost guns or from individuals who are already prohibited to own firearms. This ordinance will do nothing to stop the gun violence, as criminals will continue to buy these incomplete 80% guns and complete them to avoid registering firearms, or they will get their guns some other illegal way to commit their crimes with. In actuality, this ordinance does nothing but punish law-abiding gun owners. I, as a law-abiding citizen and responsible gun owner, should not be required to pay for crimes or damages committed by others. This ordinance will also discourage people from the middle to lower class from legally practicing their Second Amendment right. I urge the council to not pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Sharon Genkin.
Hi, my name is Sharon Jenkin, and I'm calling in strong support of this ordinance. I'm a long-term resident of San Jose. Sadly, gun violence in all of its forms is on the rise. Every 12 minutes, a life is stolen by gun violence in America. That's more than 110 deaths every day. Guns are now the leading cause of death for young Americans ages 1 to 17. I applaud the mayor and all those in support of this ordinance to help address the cost of gun violence. by incentivizing safer practices that can potentially prevent firearm deaths and injuries. We all want a safer San Jose and a safer California, and so I am in support of this ordinance. Thank you so much.
Travis Murphy.
Council members, Mayor, I insist that you reconsider this ordinance as it will do nothing to stop gun violence. Simply put, criminals will continue to use unregistered or otherwise illegal guns to commit their crimes unabated. Meanwhile, law-abiding gun owners in our city will have to endure financial and bureaucratic harassment for simply using their constitutionally protected rights as American citizens. I ask you all, why should the innocent pay for the crimes of the guilty? Why should a city that claims to care about equality and equity place taxes and fees on its citizens for using their constitutional rights? Do only the wealthy deserve them? After leaving my comment on the Ordinance Council's website, I looked through the comments of my fellow citizens. Hundreds upon hundreds, many of whom clearly couldn't make it to this meeting today, spoke near unanimously against this with me. Please vote no on this ordinance and focus all your time and all of our resources together on real solutions.
Todd W.
I'm confused and have several questions about this proposal. What is the liability requirement and who would get payment on a claim? Who pays the claims on incidents for those deemed exempt from the insurance? Why is the fee per gun and yearly? Is there some kind of ongoing training requirement associated with each gun? And bigger picture, how does liability insurance reduce gun harm? Without solid answers to these basic questions, it seems that this policy was created as a reaction just to claim the city has done something, however misguided. I'm also hearing this as a ploy that will be very costly to all taxpayers to enhance the future political prospects of elected officials that are terming out and their PACs and nonprofit partners. Please do the right thing and vote no until you can propose something better. Thank you.
Call-in user 1.
It's a money grab, $25 fees and taxes, all these regulations. You guys should be ashamed of yourself. You know, gun control, you know how it ends? In a pile of skulls. Just ask Pol Pot, Hitler, Mao, Stalin. They all took the guns away, man. And you saw what happened. You guys know what you're doing is wrong, but you're like petulant children. You really think what you're doing is right. It's going to be your way. Who's going to enforce this? Who's going to regulate it? These slack-jawed losers from San Jose Police Department who can't solve any crimes. They're going to be knocking on doors, kicking in doors. Hey, Sam, are you going to show up in your bike outfit and your cycling shoes and kick in the door to ask for people's guns and fees and fines and all that crap? You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. This is going to get shot down in flames in the Supreme Court. You know it. And you're going to waste a lot of city money. But, man, you.
Varsha Damel.
Thank you. Dear City Council members and Mayor, I am speaking as a volunteer with Moms Demand Action to urge you to please vote in support of the gun harm reduction ordinance. I am dismayed by the rising gun violence and mass shootings across the country. As a parent to a high schooler, it is my responsibility to make our schools, theaters, and other public gathering spaces as safe as possible. While we live just outside San Jose, we visit the city often to visit its many museums, concert venues, parks, and restaurants. This ordinance is an innovative approach to address the costs of gun violence and incentivize safer practices that can potentially prevent firearm deaths and injuries. We all want a safer San Jose, a safer California, and a safer nation. And with this approach, we can move closer to that goal. I urge you to please vote in support of the ordinance. Thank you.
Eric Beckman.
Hello, my name is Eric. I've been a resident of California my whole life, and I just want to say I strongly oppose this ordinance. As some other people have said, gun violence is definitely a huge problem in this country, but this ordinance cannot and will not stop it for the simple fact that it only targets legal gun owners when most crimes are committed with illegal guns, whether they're ghost guns or tamed illegally, it's not legal gun owners who are causing the problem. So why are you going to put an insurance that we don't know necessarily the cost of it yet? I don't think anyone on the council knows the specific cost, but why are we going to put an insurance on it that's going to restrict this right that is good to be a right? I unfortunately had to call the police a couple of weeks ago, and I was put on hold, right? Now, fortunately, I wasn't in danger from that, but like, I can only imagine, like, if I have to wait like 5 minutes to get off of hold from calling 911, what am I supposed to do? Give us the right to protect ourselves.
Michael Green.
Hello, I've been a citizen of San Jose my whole life. I was born in the city, and I've watched everything that has happened in San Jose. This ordinance is only punishing us lawful gun owners. We have done nothing to harm you people. We are the most peaceful people of them all. We know the law. We take extra care to not do anything that would get us arrested. Why are we being made victims for stuff we didn't do? And second of all, if you are really interested in protecting the people, you need to empower the police department. You defunded the police department in 2012 or 2013, I believe, and that caused a huge spike in crime. And then you had to refund it with the layoffs. And now we find ourselves again at the same instance where the police have been defunded because it was politically necessary to do so, and now we have higher crime. Don't punish us for stuff we didn't do.
Catherine Wilkinson.
Hi. Hi, my name is Katie Wilkinson. I'm a District 6 resident, an educator who's been locked down for potential guns on campus right across the street at San Jose State 3 times, and a mother to a first grader who I'm sure will have to undergo similar lockdowns. I want to express my very strong support for this ordinance and to thank the City Council and Mayor for putting it forward. Gun violence costs our city so much in terms of lost lives, as well as economic costs. And this ordinance is a very innovative approach to try to address some of those costs, as well as to incentivize safer gun ownership and behavior. I want to thank you again for bringing this forward, and I urge you to vote for it.
Sarah.
I am a 17-year resident of San Jose and a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense. I would like to thank Mayor Liccardo and our City Council for drafting the city ordinance. I am very supportive of this ordinance because I believe it has the potential to really reduce gun violence and mitigate its ill effects in our community. Gun violence takes many forms. Often we're jolted into awareness of this public health crisis when there's a mass shooting. The tragic event captures public attention, then quickly fades with the news cycle. What often goes under the public radar is the day-to-day gun violence in our communities, the unintentional shootings, the suicides, the domestic violence, and crimes committed with a gun. It isn't a panacea, but it's an excellent move forward. It will incentivize responsible gun ownership and address the costs of this public health crisis. Let's set a precedent for the rest.
Anita Kapadia.
Hello, I own a home in San Jose. I'm very supportive of this ordinance. It's a very reasonable and innovative way to make sure that all gun owners are responsible, not so unsimilar from how we are responsible car owners and drivers. We have insurance, we register with the DMV. I do believe that down the line, this will be standard across America, and I really appreciate Mayor and City Council for drafting this ordinance. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Sally Zarnowitz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm a District 9 resident. I want to thank you, Mayor and Council, for directing this to be brought back to you tonight. With the senseless loss of our VTA colleagues and the steady drip of gun violence throughout the country, I believe Mayor Liccardo is right that it is long past time for us to treat this as a public health problem. Please take this up important first step as a model for a nation committed to the safety of all its families. Approve this thoughtful ordinance that is widely supported by gun safety advocates. It incentivizes responsible and safe gun ownership while creating a mechanism to help victims. The time for our city to act on this is now. Thank you.
Yvonne Freund.
Okay, so you can hear me now?
Yes.
This gun harm reduction ordinance is not about taxing law-abiding gun owners. It's not about criminals. It's about making the opportunity to educate people about the preventable deaths involving children and suicides which occur when loaded guns are present in the home. Think a minute about these statistics. An estimated 5.4 million American children live in households with at least one unlocked and loaded firearm. Nearly 350 children under the age of 18 unintentionally shoot themselves or their siblings. With respect to suicide, 60% of all deaths in the US are from suicides. These are things that need to be addressed. They can be addressed by education and by this proposal. Thank you.
Chris Brocker.
Yes, my name is Chris Bracker. I represent the 5th of 6 generations of my family to live in Santa Clara Valley. And I'm here to speak in opposition of this proposed ordinance. And the reason for that is on July 6, 1980, my cousin, Christine Hubbock, and her 3 daughters were murdered in what today would be referred to as a mass shooting. No insurance and no fee can undo a tragedy like that. And it's insulting that anyone thinks it will. It angers me that half measures like this and nonsense being spoken like this people think that this will address an issue like this. There's ample laws on the books, and there's ample efforts and ability to address the actual problems related to gun harm, as you're describing it.
Annette Ladovitz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, okay. As a local resident and a clinical social worker, I have worked in hospitals. I've worked on the suicide and crisis line, county, state, across the country. I've lived in San Jose area for 30 years. Please, please, please vote yes. I have seen the pain that violence causes families. Please, please, please make San Jose the model for the nation. The states with the strongest gun laws have the lowest violent rate. And according to US News and World Reports 4 days ago, yippee, guess which state came out number 1? Strongest laws, lowest death rates, California. I love you. Don't go home. Go run for Congress. Thank you.
Ryan Globus.
Good evening to the Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Ryan Globus and I live in San Jose in District 6. And I urge you to support this ordinance. Congress has completely dropped the ball, over the past 2 decades or few decades with gun violence, whether it be homicides or accidents or suicides, completely spiraling out of control and Congress unable to do anything about it. I'm really glad to see the city and other governments step up to try to address this. I think this is a small step in the right direction. So I hope this isn't the final word. The final ordinance that San Jose has when it comes to gun violence. But I'm very supportive of this ordinance and thank you so much for considering this.
Mark Tober. Mark Tober or Tauber. Okay, I'm going to move on to Kirk Vartan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The Second Amendment guarantees the right to own a gun, not be a criminal. Saying the public doesn't have to subsidize gun ownership is virtue signaling and political grandstanding. We all pay for the misdeeds of criminals. We pay taxes. We all contribute so responsible elected officials can make safety, health, and community services available to everyone, not just legal gun owners. Making lawful gun owners pay for the misdeeds of criminals is illogical. It's like holding moderate drinkers responsible for drunk drivers. Crimes involving alcohol and prescription drugs dwarf gun crimes. Singling out gun owners without meaningful community engagement is an abuse of power. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Trashing principles of public discourse and collaboration rivals the homelessness crisis as the mayor's greatest failure. Thank you.
Anton L.
Hi, yes. Honorable Mayor and Council people, as a lifelong resident of San Jose, although I believe your hearts are in the right place regarding the abatement of gun violence, I also believe that this ordinance is not the appropriate course of action to accomplish this. As many others in attendance have said, most gun violence is perpetuated by prohibited persons with illegally obtained firearms. By passing this ordinance, council members, you would be punishing legal gun owners while ignoring the real issue at hand. I strongly implore you to oppose this ordinance and instead crack down on illegal gun ownership and invest in education regarding gun safety and ownership. Thank you very much.
Michelle Brennett.
Yes, I have read the ordinance and there is no requirement for a $25 to $35 fee. Any fee that's going to be required by gun owners is arbitrary right now and up to the city manager in the future. None of those fees will go to any victims. The ordinance does not provide for that. The insurance, each individual insurance policy will only cover guns that are involved in accidental or negligent discharge and not the intentional violent acts that are the result or cause so much of the gun violence we all don't like. This is not the right way to.
Jonathan McCaffrey.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Santa Clara and a previous resident of San Jose. I moved because I did not feel safe in San Jose downtown. I oppose this measure. I concur with previous opposition. I am a responsible firearm owner. I store my firearms safely and securely. I own a trauma kit, several. I always practice safe firearm usage and handling. I have legal constitutional concerns about an annual fee and regulation. I don't believe there is an insurance product for criminal misuse. This reminds me of the California handgun roster where there is no firearm that has a microstamp. I'm concerned about regulatory overreach, and good night.
Dan S.
Please vote no. So-called gun violence is crime. Redefining crime as a health issue enables murder is rising because we let the criminals out of jail. The solution to so-called gun violence, crime, is putting criminals back in jail. Another thing, do not give information to a non-government agency as proposed. Residents will not trust the system or pay that tax. Don't divide the police from the community by having police confiscate guns from non-criminals. Witnesses will stop talking to police. Poor and non-white residents will suffer the most. That's inequitable. Lawsuits for the next mayor to deal with will suck up all your money and the city will lose just like New York City lost lawsuits. Don't do it. Vote no.
Brian Watson.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm speaking as a city resident this evening in opposition to the proposed ordinance. This will not reduce gun harm and would only serve to increase the burden on city residents who possess firearms for lawful purposes. The proposed ordinance has constitutional implications and, if passed, would certainly face legal challenges under the Second Amendment. I am opposed to the ordinance as drafted for two reasons. First, the annual fee to fund a nonprofit organization amounts to an annual tax on firearms owners within the city. Second, there are unknowns with the requirement to obtain liability insurance, specifically covering losses or damages resulting from negligent or accidental use of a firearm. It could be difficult or even impossible for residents to obtain insurance that complies with the ordinance as written. If you are looking to reduce the harm by gun violence, I would ask that you consult and enforce existing laws and regulations. There are tools available today that could further these goals without this ordinance and placing additional burdens on city residents who choose to have firearms for lawful purposes. Thank you.
Lindsay Nejma.
Hi, I am opposed to this. I think it's absolutely absurd that you're going to propose a tax to gun owners. I urge you to vote no on it because you guys know it's the right thing to do. San Jose used to be one of the biggest safe cities in the nation. I've grown up here my entire life, and we never had a tax when this was the safest large city in the nation. And now we are not the safest large city in the city. You remove that from your, in the nation, you remove that from your website knowingly that we've become an unsafe city. And it wasn't because we didn't tax before. It was because you have systematically ruined the city with fiscally irresponsible rulings and the way you manage the city and the police department and the way you have pushed against them and all public safety. So again, you deserve the seat if you say no. If you don't, goodbye.
Elena Claw.
Hi, I am a clinical psychology professor at San Jose State University and the director of the Center for Community Learning and Leadership, where I advise both students demand action and veterans embracing transition. This ordinance is a moderate, logical, and research-based policy step that increases gun owners' accountability to reduce deaths by suicide, domestic violence, and gun accidents. The majority of harm and injury done to children and women is committed by intimates and people known to their victims, not by break-ins or crimes committed by strangers who have criminal backgrounds or mental health diagnoses. Communities of color bear disproportionate costs in terms of lives lost to gun violence and gun violence committed in their communities by the police. Our families' lives have more value than the right to own guns. We own car insurance.
Chris Erlinger. Chris Erlinger. Okay, I'm going to move on to Cheney Gao.
Hi, please vote no to this ordinance. This will not help. Suppose if someone intended to commit a gun crime, will he stop just because he paid this tax? And I think this is impossible. If he wants to just to do a gun crime, he totally will not consider this tax he paid. And second, this will not help to restrict the unregistered gun, and this will not stop those criminals from other cities. This is a real problem, but it's not a right solution. If you want to reduce crime, please set up more surveillance cameras at those intersections, and also hire more policemen, and also repeal the stupid Prop 47. Prop 47 is the root cause of increasing crime. Please vote no. Thank you.
Chris.
Hello, in my email that I sent to all city council offices last night,
I clearly show how a yes vote is a vote in favor of discrimination and a vote in favor of rights violations. A yes vote is a vote against promoting equity, against promoting equity. A yes vote is a vote to change the very nature of taxes and taxation. A yes vote is a vote to violate the Constitution and the Second Amendment and your oath of office. Anybody that votes yes to this measure and it passes and it subsequently gets shot down in the courts as unconstitutional, that will validate your violation of oath of office. If any of the citizens of San Jose are concerned at all about discrimination, rights violations, equity, you should all vote no.
Rich T.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. As a longtime resident of San Jose and also a certified Department of Justice in California instructor, I basically say that this proposal does nothing to stop criminals who have illegally have possession of firearms or are qualified under certain current laws to own one. Why is it illegal possession of a firearm simply a misdemeanor? If San Jose was better enforced and acted on crimes about honest citizens, we would not need to punish our honest citizens with this undue burden. Man's answer to persecute lawful citizens at the same time downplaying the many criminal felons who are caught day in and day out and are released with illegal firearms that get no incarceration whatsoever. Taxing a God-given right does not make up for the fact that you don't hold the criminally negligent responsible and accountable. Please vote no on this law.
Jesus Baca.
Hi, good evening. I would like to start today by saying that this will not protect anybody. People who are going to commit crimes are going to commit them whether they follow the law or not. And also, to people who are comparing this to owning a car, it is completely different. Owning a car is a privilege, not a right. So paying insurance for your car is because it is a privilege. A right should not be taxed. Most of all the people who are in gun violence are committing it with guns that are not registered. This is not going to stop somebody who is a criminal be like, oh, I should probably register my gun that is illegal and pay my tax on it. No, that's going to stop no one. All of the crime that is being committed, I own guns. I have a safe. I keep my weapons safe away from my siblings and everybody safely without putting anybody else.
Caller 7574, please press *6 to unmute.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. The proposed gun harm reduction ordinance will not reduce crime. Criminals cause virtually all destruction associated with firearms, including financial harm. Criminals, by definition, ignore gun laws. Criminals will ignore this ordinance. Most gang members are on the young side. Statistics about children and adolescents who die as a result of gun violence generally fail to mention that a huge proportion of those deaths are of gang members and youth involved with organized crime in some way. Please go after criminals, not law-abiding citizens. Vote no on item 4.1. Thank you.
Michael Arms.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So I represent the at-risk community and the LGBTQ community as well. When I first moved to San Jose, my partner and I, she was pregnant, 9 months pregnant, we were walking in San Jose streets, and then a young gentleman pulled a gun on us, and just because we saw him breaking bottles. And I was scared because the cops never came, even though when we called them. And I knew then, right then and there, no one's going to protect us. So I went out and I bought a firearm, and I trained, and I made sure that my little ones would not be getting into it. But now here we are being demonized for protecting ourselves. So not only do I have to fear the gang members out on their street, I now have to fear my government because they want to take money away from me to keep me from holding my God-given right. So please, I oppose this, and I hope you oppose it too.
Ben Robinson. Ben Robinson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ben Robinson. I'm a law-abiding gun owner, and my family's been in this valley for over 300 generations, spanning over 100 years. And I think this measure is absolutely insulting. Some cite that, guns cause a large proportion of deaths. I will have you know that gun deaths, last I checked, in 2019, there were 45,000 deaths, of which 60-ish% of those were suicides. Give or take about 15,000 of those were homicides. Compare that to the almost 393 million guns in America. Now, compare that with cars. There are 290 million of those, yet they, cause just as much death. I think this measure is insulting to those who own guns, and charging even a penny is insulting. Vote no.
Caller 9042, please press *6 to unmute. You're unmuted, but we're not hearing you. Caller 9042. Okay, I'm going to move on to Tim Clausen.
Hi, your focus on adding a tax to law-abiding citizens without community input and real data to support your cause is unconstitutional, in my opinion. Please enforce the laws currently on the books and seek to remove criminals from society instead of focusing on law-abiding citizens. Get tough on criminals, not your constituents. If you want to make a name on the national forefront, then write and approve a resolution to send to the California Assembly and Senate to repeal Proposition 47 and AB 109. Perhaps enforcing consequences for one's bad actions can start to restore law and order and everyone's quality of life. The fact that the city is going to end up using taxpayers' money to fight this all the way to the Supreme Court is a waste of our public funds when we have so much going on bad in our community in the homeless encampments. Thank you.
Christian Piche.
Good evening, council people. I am here in opposition to this item 4.1, the gun harm reduction ordinance. I urge you guys to consider other options, like being stricter on criminals who are known to terrorize my community, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Ordinances such as these only pick on us law-abiding gun owners who wish to protect themselves from criminals being released due to the pandemic. And the ordinance would also ignore citizens' wants to protect themselves. Thank you.
Caller 7588, please press *6 to unmute. Caller 7588.
Hello.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Doug Escott. I've lived in California for at least 30 years. When I raised my kids, we were in the desert, and I taught them from day one how to treat weapons, guns, knives, anything. We had loaded guns at every door because we were out in the boonies in the desert. My kids grew up just fine, respecting guns. My oldest son is a deputy sheriff. My youngest son is a security at a dispensary, of course, but still, they respect guns because they were brought up that way. People that haven't been around guns have no idea. I'm in opposition to this because you guys are just trying to tax your constituents.
Maria Sandoval.
Hi, yes, I'm a San Jose resident and I want to oppose this ordinance as it only pushes or punishes us gun owners, not the criminals using guns. I purchased a gun to protect my household with the spike of crime and shortage of police officers. Hearing folks in my neighborhood getting physically attacked, I don't even feel safe walking my dogs in the neighborhood without pepper spray. I want everyone to oppose this ordinance and really focus on who the real criminals are and go after them. Why are you letting these criminals leave, the jail system after they've been caught by our police officers? We have such a shortage in them. We need to find better ways and better solutions. And definitely, please oppose this ordinance. It doesn't make sense.
Jose Lamas. Jose Lamas. Okay, I'm going to move on to Mark Tober. Let's try you again, Mark. Mark Tober or Tauber. Okay, I'm going to move on to Mark Wren. Mark Wren.
This is Mark Wren.
Gotcha.
Okay. I hope this doesn't fall on deaf ears. I've been to city council meetings before. A lot of them are held as a formality, and these laws and propositions are usually come up with the agenda of going forward. Punishing law-abiding citizens, law-abiding gun owners is punishing the wrong people. Please punish criminals. This is a thrown together piece of knee-jerk legislation. This will be a major waste of taxpayer monies to defend this flawed policy. Squeezing down on gun owners isn't the problem. Putting possessors of stolen firearms in jail solves gun violence. The idea that the jails are over full, and we should let criminals out is the cause of crime and violence. Criminals are arrested, evidence is gathered, an arraignment is held, a trial is held, and a judge sets the sentence for people that are arrested for crimes. This is why they are in jail. Please leave them there.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I'll try to weigh in on this issue a bit. With my work with surveillance and technology, ordinance issues, and open public policies and accountability as good community answers for technology questions, it's those when you ask those questions and ask for openness and accountability, you start to arrive that we don't really actually need that much more technology, and that can help actually still solve crime issues. With these sort of issues, the small tax is asking to work towards, education programs, domestic violence education programs that were a part of the whole process of after the VTA incidents, how to address the future of violence in a community in San Jose. So it does involve the whole community, and the tax money will be going towards an educational effort for the whole community is my feelings on this matter. Good luck how we work on it.
T. Chauvrant. I've probably mispronounced
Good
that.
evening, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good evening, I represent the California Rifle and Pistol Association.
My question is, how does liability insurance purchased by lawful gun owners stop gun violence perpetrated by criminals? Gun crime and mass shootings are not going to be ended because people who are not committing the crimes buy the insurance. The city of San Jose's actions strike to the core of the fundamental rights and seek to punish citizens who are seeking to exercise their rights. Not only that, but as mentioned previously, city's actions disproportionately impact those who are not in the position to pay for insurance or additional fees, but who have every right to defend themselves and their families from criminal activity that the city just can't seem to get under control. The reference to car ownership and auto insurance that's been made here several times makes zero sense when you're talking about fundamental constitutional rights. You need to not pass this ordinance. You need to stop comparing apples to oranges and stop.
Kian?
Good evening, council members. I'm calling in to show my opposition to this law. And I grew up in a gun-free community, and I've never thought about purchasing a gun until now. Do you know why? Because there are too much criminals around us. And that's why I want to purchase a gun to protect myself and my family. And I think it's essential to pursue the criminal, not the law-abiding citizens. Thank you.
Edwin Torres.
Yes, so good evening. I'm a California resident speaking in solidarity with gun owners in San Jose. I urge you to vote against this measure. Whether the outcome is intentional or unintentional, the result will be the same: more barriers of entry for citizens to keep and bear arms, on top of the hundreds of gun laws already in the books in California. Elected officials should make it their goal to protect these constitutional rights, not to treat these rights as a vice to be punished with more fees and bureaucracy. The people most affected by this ordinance will inevitably be the poor, those who live paycheck to paycheck and can't afford any more fees. Do these people not deserve to have the means to defend themselves? And to those comparing gun ownership to car ownership, there is no constitutional right to own a car. There is a constitutional individual right to own firearms, as the Supreme Court decided in DC versus Heller. I yield my time.
Chris Erlinger. Chris. Okay, moving on to Ted.
Good evening, City Council. My name's Ted Scarlett, and what I've heard tonight, and I hope you really listen to the people of San Jose. We are sick and tired of crime. This is a referendum on the City Council, is what this is turning into. You don't take care of the people. You now want to strip them of their basic God-given rights to self-protection. So you're letting the criminals run the streets, and now you want to disarm law-abiding citizens. And as it's already been said tonight, anybody on this council that votes in favor of this, you're violating your oath of office to uphold the Constitution. It's a basic right, the right to bear arms. And as has also been said, penalizing the...
Christy Volka.
Hi, my name is Christy Volka, and I am a healthcare provider at Stanford, and I'm calling in support of this ordinance. I'm frankly quite disappointed that so many of the folks on here are mislabeling this as a tax when it's actually a fee. San Joseans are already paying for the burden of gun crimes. The money generated from this fee would go towards education and domestic violence efforts. We already know that 72% of gun injuries occur at the home. Many of these occurrences are not criminal encounters as claimed by previous speakers. Homeowners already pay increased premium fees when they own things like trampolines and pools and things like that. And guns should be viewed no differently as something that can put lives at risk in these homeowners who do have guns at their homes. So I want to say that I support this ordinance and I support this fee that will uplift community organizations. Thank you.
Brenda?
Hi, yes, fee or tax. I'm opposed to the ordinance. This is a non-profit job creation ordinance. It's not a illegal gun use ordinance. Until you can hold PG&E responsible and punish them for mass carnage and pay the affected families restitution and require them, PG&E, to carry liability insurance and provide victims mental health and PTSD support, then you should oppose this ordinance. Thank you.
Sandra?
Yes, thank you. There are two items that I would like to mention, although I am not a gun owner. This proposal law could be racially inequitable. Our residents of color statistically have more interactions with the police per the Santa Clara County DA's office. Therefore, these residents will be more likely to interact with the police on this law if passed. Is this what we desire? Is this racial equity? Second, as a victim of identity theft caused by a breach of the IRS, which should have good protection, I cannot believe that any nonprofit could adequately protect the data provided to it. If I were a gun owner, I would not feel comfortable providing any insurance data to a nonprofit. Thank you for your time.
Nikki Stollard?
Hi, I'm the San Jose Pink Pistol Coordinator, and I'm against this ordinance. Yes, we need to deal with firearms-related crime, but dividing the city by taxing our ability to defend ourselves is just wrong. I urge the city council to have an open thing, bring all parties together, and we can come up with some real solutions. Let's focus on gangs, illegal drug trade, and giving people hope. This ordinance is not going to work. It's violating the Constitution, violates the spirit of Heller. Most likely, after the Supreme Court spanks New York State, they will spank California seriously on all other gun control laws. I urge you to vote no. Instead, let's do something to bring us together. Thank you.
Joseph?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. I've been a gun owner for about 2 to 3 decades, and I strongly oppose this movement simply because some of the statements are misleading. The piece about violence and stronger gun laws is nuts because some of the biggest states that have strict gun laws, to include New York, Illinois, Washington, they have the highest fatalities and more violent crimes. That's one of the reasons I oppose it. And I feel that educating our youth about responsible gun ownership is a big step in the right direction, because I'm sure many of the Second Amendment individuals have gone through that in their younger days. And lastly, focus on criminals who use these guns to hurt people, not on the people that are responsible in their ownership and taking care of them.
NLX 16. NLX.
Hello.
Go ahead.
My name is NLX, and I'm in opposition to this ordinance. I think this ordinance will encourage more people to 3D print their firearms and to either make ghost guns because they would want to get around these they would want to get around these fees. So if you want more 3D printed firearms, if you want more ghost guns on the street, please be my guest. Vote yes on this law.
Rob L. Rob L.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. There is no evidence that this will reduce homicides. You can't tax a constitutional right. Liability insurance does not cover assault. This violates the Constitution and will be overruled by the courts. Enforce the current laws and support the police. Vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Hardy.
Hi, I'm Hardy Shen. I'm a resident of San Jose. I oppose this law. This will not only not do pretty much nothing for gun violence. It will probably might even turn those who are law abiding to now be turned into criminals just because they can't afford it. So please kind of listen to the other ones that have the same views here, and please oppose this law. Thank you.
Chris.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Thank you, Sam, for helping save my ex-wife from the dogs on the trail. Greatly appreciated. My son and I are legal gun owners. My son is 14-year-old and is also a gun enthusiast. Straw purchases are already illegal. This seems to be a catchy buzzword to get this thing passed. My weapons are already locked up and brought out only to transport to the range or hunting. Transporting locked and unloaded. How can I get it any more safe? It is virtually impossible. Current laws require, if your gun is stolen or lost, to be reported to law enforcement. It's just that. At present, properly secured firearms with a cord lock or a safe absolve individuals of liability. It's hard enough to be a safe legal gun owner, and now it will cost me money to be handed over to groups whose mission is to solely undermine the Second Amendment and to go ahead. What entity and who provides this insurance? Thank you.
Tessa Woodmansey.
All right, thank you so much, Tessa Woodmansey. It would be good if you had it on the banner what this item is about instead of just saying 4.1. Could somebody shut there's something wrong. Hello? Wait, is there, I can hear, do you hear me? Can you hear me? There's somebody has their mics on. What? And so far, wait, could you start my clock again? Because it was really bad, whatever was going on. And thank you, sweetie. Basically, you know, you need to put it on the banner what the item is about, just versus 4.1. And you have a lot of room there, so you can do that, and that would help us for our democracy. Anyway, I'm all for this law. I think we have responsibilities with our rights, and you know, just like with a car, you have to have a license, you have to have insurance, and it's very dangerous, and so we need to have that. And one thing I don't like about what is being proposed, from what the little I saw about it, is that there's some exceptions. And I know that Deb Davis was saying, oh, well, there are very good, you know, we shouldn't have this for the good gun owners. That's BS. We need it for everybody, just like with the cars. There's no exception with the cars. And let the insurance companies figure out what we need to pay. And when they know the risks, and we need to have this insurance, and this is a start in the right direction.
Caller 5408. Press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Joe Ekman. I'm lived in San Jose for the last 20 years. Couple things I wanted to mention. In 2020, Californians purchased a record number of firearms, or 1.1 million to be exact. We also had a record number of first-time gun owners. 2020 was also a year where the face of new gun owners changed dramatically, with 48% of new owners being women, 34% being white, 24% being Hispanic, 23% being Black, 19% being Asian. I am a lifelong Democrat, and our party is on a collision course with the Second Amendment among its own party members, aside from the rest of the country. Many of these anti-civil rights groups have done things in the past, such as oppose a one-time tax deduction for the purchase of gun safes. They have very little interest in having a dialogue with gun owners, let alone working on problems or solutions to these problems. Thank you.
Caller 0726. Press *6 to unmute.
Hey, can you hear me there?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Ricardo, council members, and attendees. I have been a lifelong Democrat and lifelong San Jose resident. I am calling this evening to vehemently oppose this ordinance. I feel it is misguided, short-sighted, and reactionary, and this is not how we should be setting policies. The preservation of life and reduction of crime is paramount, but this ordinance does nothing to stop criminals or preserve life whatsoever. Mental health, suicide, gang violence, crime. Guns are not the cause, they are a symptom of a deep-rooted problem that exists in our communities. In a time where we feel unsafe in San Jose, property and violent crimes are on the rise. It takes more than 7 minutes for the police to respond to a 911 call. This ordinance fixes nothing. I implore you to focus on proved efforts, such as addressing socioeconomic conditions, homelessness, drug abuse, unemployment. And as a person who voted for Mayor Ricardo, I am a little bit ashamed and embarrassed. Thank you, everyone.
Tammy?
Hello, I am a registered, I'm a resident and a voter in San Jose. I do not own a gun, but I am asking all of you to vote no because of the criminals with the stolen guns and ghost guns will never register and pay this fee. This law taxes law-abiding citizens who are already locking up their guns safely when not in use. This law will be a big waste of taxpayer money because of all the lawsuits. The new law will distract us from prosecuting real criminals and enabling criminals to hurt more victims. Please vote no. Thank you.
Avi Rockland?
Hi. All I wanted to say is, the Second Amendment, right to keep and bear arms. This is obviously an extremely unconstitutional law, both on a federal level and a state level. Lawsuits are going to be filed the second this gets passed. All this does is wind up wasting taxpayer money, taxpayer resources, and the city will wind up settling, paying tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, and that's ultimately going to come out of the pockets of the tax-paying citizens of San Jose, California. So I would urge the city council to not pass this ordinance because it is unconstitutional by any standard imaginable, and it will be ruled unconstitutional as such. It is a waste of everybody's time. Just drop it. Gun control does not work, never will work. Can't stop the signal. Thank you.
Zoo?
Hi, my name is Elena Shu. This is really unconstitutional, and this is like a bullshit. This is like abuse the norm.
Caller 3838.
Hi there. Hi there. Is this working?
Yes.
All right. I'm sure you've heard this all day, but the gun harm reduction ordinance will do nothing to curb gun violence. What this will effectively do is create a bigger underground market for firearms, prevent those who are responsible citizens from acquiring the best means to defend themselves, and will turn normal residents of the city of San Jose into criminals despite doing nothing wrong. This is a bad idea on a city level, on a county level, on a state level, on a national level. I really hope you reconsider the fate of this proposal and just get rid of it. Have a good day.
Ronald?
Hey, hi, this is Ronald. I'm in tremendous support of this initiative. I believe its focus, which is on trying to prevent accidental deaths by suicide, it's not targeting criminal activity. And given that 2/3 of our deaths of teenagers are by accidental death using guns, it's targeting the specific areas that it can change. You're right, it can't go after criminals who ignore the law in the first place, but it's going to help those people who aren't doing the right thing with their guns, and there are a lot of them. So I think this initiative should be approved.
Back to council.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you to all the many members of our community who have spoken, those who have
written in and participated in various ways. I appreciate all the public engagement. Our democracy is indeed active and healthy. And I appreciate their very strong feelings on both sides. And their strong feelings appropriate for very obvious reasons. We know that in this space, wherever we legislate, we're implicating a lot of values that we all cherish. Certainly our own safety, the safety of our families, our constitutional rights, our freedoms. And that is a good reason for strong feelings. I want to thank colleagues who co-signed the memorandum with me and helped to make this proposal better. Vice Mayor Jones, Councilmember Peralta, Councilmember Cohen, and Councilmember Carrasco. I appreciate very much your engagement and support throughout all this effort. And I want to thank the many, many community partners. I named many in the memorandum, what we did in the memorandum that we filed. I'd like to call out particularly Moms Band Action, the grassroots efforts of Rachel Michelson, Sharon Jenick, and many others, as well as the nonprofit leaders who have come together with gun violence experts, led by Esther Peralta-Diekman, the CEO of Next Door Solutions, who will be, we hope, if this is passed by the council, be creating this nonprofit foundation that's already under creation. We've got lawyers working on it. And I really want to thank Christina Guimera and Paul Pereira and my team, especially for their repeated efforts to reach out to many groups that represent gun owners, to gather input and engage them. We weren't very successful in that effort. We certainly tried many, many phone calls and many emails, but we did have some connection, and that's important. And I want to call out one person in particular in the community who really stepped up, and that's David Truslow, who I've known for many years. He's head of a local NRA chapter, and I assume he opposes this measure based on prior discussions. But he rolled up his sleeves with the other nonprofit leaders. I recognized he may not have endorsed this measure, but he wanted to find ways to constructively use these dollars to do what I think we all want, which is to reduce gun harm in our community. I think he recognizes, those who read the ordinance will see, the requirement that these dollars will have to be spent on occupants in gun-owning households or their significant others or their intimate partners. And so this money is going to be invested in everything from mental health services and suicide prevention, gun safety classes, and a whole host of other services, primarily focused on serving gun owners and their families, domestic violence prevention, et cetera. I'd like to believe that David Truslow's leadership can be infectious, that even when we disagree, we can find ways to work together to do what we all want to accomplish, which is reduce harm from guns. I do want to address one very central argument I've heard repeatedly, certainly today and in the past, from those who are concerned about this measure and opposing it. And that is that this is about punishing law-abiding gun owners, because crooks aren't going to follow the law. This won't stop mass shootings or keep bad people from committing violent crime. And so first, I want to know, with regard to whatever punishing this might be doing to law-abiding gun owners, and I don't think it's punishing them, I would also note that I'm venturing to guess that all the gun owners who called in today are all law-abiding, and none of them are going to lose their guns as a result of this measure. Absolutely none of them. I think it's also important to point out that this argument really ignores the nature of gun harm, the expansive nature of gun harm, and really too narrowly focuses on one form of gun harm. So here's the reality in the data, and don't believe me, I'm a politician, so look it up. CDC and lots of other folks keep this data. The majority of gun deaths are not by homicide, they're by suicide, about 60%. In fact, one opponent actually cited this statistic earlier today. And moreover, even if we just look at gun homicides, many of them could be prevented with the intervention of mental health or domestic violence or addiction treatment services. For example, we know if you've got a gun in the home and there's domestic violence, that means there's a 5 times greater likelihood that the survivor may not survive. That is, domestic violence will be lethal. So we know there are things we could do to prevent some of those homicides, but more importantly, there's a lot of other forms of harm, death, that's also preventable, mainly suicide and unintentional shootings. And then if we think about just the injuries, not just the deaths, but the injuries caused by guns, about a third or a little more than that are caused by unintentional shootings. It's about 27,000 a year. Again, all of those unintentional shootings are preventable. And that's the point of this ordinance. It's easy to say this isn't going to stop a crook who's intent on killing somebody. Well, I challenge anyone to suddenly magically craft that ordinance that will. It doesn't exist. But we can reduce gun harm when we see the expanse of gun harm and how broad it is in all its different forms. So with those facts in mind, let's talk about whether this ordinance punishes gun owners or not. First, the insurance is for the benefit of everyone, especially lawful gun owners and their families. We know that more than 4.5 million children live in a home in which a gun is kept unlocked and loaded. Now, we know law-abiding drivers ultimately benefit from auto insurance because it incentivizes us all to drive more safely, invest in safer cars, anti-lock brakes, and a host of other measures. And it also ensures if we get in an accident, we won't go broke. Victims are compensated by the insurance company. So to the extent that insurance can spur us to be safer and spur safety innovation in products and services and incentivize the purchase of those things, whether it's gun safes, trigger locks, engaging safety classes, whatever it might be, insurance can make gun owners and their families safer. And it makes us all safer. Secondly, as I mentioned, the funds that are collected will fund services exclusively for the benefit of gun owners, their families, and their intimate partners. And that's not simply for legal reasons, there's good policy reason for that. Because that is where the greatest risk is in households where a gun is owned. And I can point to a half dozen epidemiological studies, and several are cited in the ordinance, that shows if you have a gun in a home, you are much more likely to die as a result of suicide or homicide. And you're certainly much more likely to be harmed through an accidental shooting. And this is not merely a paternalistic concern. Obviously, our taxpayers are currently subsidizing gun ownership in our community and in every community in this country, to the tune of $1.4 billion a year in California. For the public costs responding to gun harm and gun violence, not simply to crooks, because we know that most people who commit suicide are not crooks. Most people who engage in unintentional shooting of a gun are not crooks. These may be law-abiding folks. In fact, they almost all are. But the point is we can reduce a lot of harm and tragedy and pain, even if we're not going to magically make a gun fall out of the hands of a crook. Okay, and finally then, the question is how do we deal with those crooks who don't comply, those who are not law-abiding? Certainly there are penalties, fines, administrative penalties. And we know that that's the equivalent of a parking ticket. Maybe it's a whole lot more. Maybe it's $1,000 penalty, whatever it is. A crook still may not pay it. Well, then the question arises of temporary forfeiture. And fortunately, we have state legislation drafted on both the Assembly and Senate side that would enable us to do with this ordinance as is commonly done in domestic violence cases. That is, when police arrive and there's been a violation of some kind, and this is context in which there is violence or severe, significant threat of violence, an officer can remove a gun from a combustible situation and then return the gun when the situation has died down. That's currently in state law for domestic violence situations, and we hope will be available in this instance as well with legislation that's currently proposed. Now, I know there's been a lot of comments and concerns about what this ordinance may or may not do. I heard something about the creation of a list that criminals might get access to, could find out who has a gun in our community. Well, I can assure you, the city's not going to have any list, and the nonprofit organization isn't allowed to keep a registry either. This is going to be, the only list that exists is held by the Department of Justice in Sacramento, the State Department of Justice, and that's the only list that's out there. And we're working with the Department of Justice to be able to enable them to use that list to communicate with gun owners with letters to tell them about what services are available to them as a result of this and what their obligations are. So there won't be any lists floating around in City Hall. A lot of concerns about imposing fees on constitutional rights. And I can assure you, there are lots of taxes. I say taxes, this is not a tax, it's a fee, but lots of taxes that are upheld on the purchase of guns and on ammunition. In fact, we've had a tax on firearms in this country since 1916. We have fees on the filing of civil lawsuits, which of course are a right under the 7th Amendment. We have taxes on newspapers that are publishing as they are entitled to do under the First Amendment. The question isn't whether or not there's a fee or an obligation. The question is whether it is an obstacle to the exercise of the constitutional right. And I believe this is not going to be a significant obstacle. What's proposed in the memorandum that 5 of us signed was a very simple base fee of $25. There'll be some additional administrative costs we tacked on. We'll come up with a roughly even number, I would assume, and that will be the payment. I'm guessing it won't exceed $30 or $35, a very modest fee. And obviously, if anyone cannot afford it, they can sign a waiver as is permitted or as is required under the Constitution. We're going to comply with the law. I don't see any reason why more people will go to ghost guns or illegal guns, because there's nothing about this ordinance that tracks where people are buying their guns. We're not following people out of gun shops. We don't get access to the list of purchasers that the Department of Justice has. That's not allowed under law, and we're not going to do it. So whether you have a ghost gun or not, you still got to comply with the law. And if you have a ghost gun in public and you haven't paid your insurance, and you encounter a police officer, you'll be asked whether or not you have insurance. That's the same requirement everyone's going to have. Obviously, a ghost gun is illegal under state law. There's some holes in that we're trying to fill here locally, but I expect that the gun would be seized anyway. And finally, this question about whether or not we're criminalizing law-abiding gun owners. I can assure you there's nothing in this ordinance that says that the penalties will be criminal. This is a civil ordinance, be civil fines, and that's it. So I have authored another memorandum in addition to the one I co-authored with my 4 colleagues. And that in it recommends the endorsement of Councilmember Peralta's memorandum. I appreciate his thoughtful insights, several recommendations from Councilmember Davis. Appreciate her recommendations. And I would also add to that the approval of the modification that's offered by Councilmember Arenas. I would just ask, with regard to the language suggested by Councilmember Arenas, if in fact that's what we adopt, and I'm happy to support it, I would just ask that it not preclude survivors of domestic violence where the violence is not gender-based. For example, we can imagine cases in which, for example, there may be child victims or survivors who are LGBTQ, and I'm not sure whether that's defined as gender-based or not. So just as long as we have a sufficiently inclusive definition that enables services to get to all those folks, I'll be happy to support it. All right, so I look forward to the dialogue with my colleagues. Councilman Peralta.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you to our city staff for your work on this, and to all of our public speakers that came out today and that have expressed their input to the council over the last week. Sharing your opinions and your stories on what is a very important topic. For those of you that may not know, I'm a lifetime firearm owner, or excuse me, a longtime firearm owner, and currently a San Jose Police Reserve officer. I grew up in a culture of firearms, coming from a family of hunters, and I have enjoyed both sport and clay shooting myself ever since I was younger. As many of you do know, I lost one of my childhood friends, Michael Rudemekin, last year on May 26th at the VTA mass shooting incident. One of the hobbies that Michael and I actually enjoyed together was going to shoot our guns. And I can guarantee you that he never expected that one day he himself would be the victim of gun violence. So gun violence for me is more than just talking points that we may hear on either side of the debate. And I think, as we heard from some today, that actually to themselves have personal experiences on either side of the aisle. For me too, it is something that has touched my life personally, and something I, like many who have had family and friends victimized by gun violence, continue to contend with. I will say that I do have some reservations, and did have some reservations with the direction. But as stated in my memo, I am most interested in ensuring we can actually reduce gun violence. And I'm willing to support this moving forward if we can include a few additional steps. And thank you, Mayor, for your comments just now in regards to that. I do want to say thank you to Dr. Ted Miller and Pyre for their report, in which we learned that San Jose spends almost $8 million a year responding to gun violence. That is a staggering data point. An even more staggering data point is how many people commit suicide by gun each year. And specifically, especially my fellow police officers. Every year, more police officers die by suicide, a majority of them with their own handgun, than officers who are shot and killed in the line of duty. Just for example, last year, 62 officers were shot and killed in the line of duty, but a staggering 152 committed suicide. And you can look up that information online every year at officer fatalities and also at officer suicides, and you will see that that is a constant statistic. If we knew we could do more to help prevent and lessen gun violence, especially suicides, by simply paying an annual registration fee of $25 and adding an inclusion of our firearms within our renters or homeowners policies, then why would we not want to do that? Now, I understand that is one of the big concerns here. Many of those that spoke up against this proposal simply stated they don't believe it will do anything to actually reduce gun violence. As I stated, I have my skepticism, but as a responsible gun owner, I am more than willing to be the first in line to pay a $25 annual fee. And in fact, I've already had my firearms declared and listed on my homeowner's policy, as I've been doing for years, including over a decade that I had it listed on prior renter policies. I think we can and should be doing more to bring to reality our collective desire to end gun violence in our city. This is why last year I spent months after that incident in May researching and engaging with experts to craft a proposal I brought forward called the Community Violence Prevention and Response Initiative, which our Rules Committee unanimously approved last September. The initiative called for us to gather all of the pertinent data and have public cross-jurisdictional dialogue with partners like at the county to examine how to address the social and behavioral root causes that lead to someone picking up a gun and using it on themselves or on others. This includes addressing mental health, intimate partner violence, as Councilmember Arenas stated in her memo, as well as substance abuse. It includes looking internally to ensure there is access to wellness programs and resource to help cope with the number of traumatic events we may experience throughout, that we've seen this throughout these last several years and throughout our lifetimes. It is heartening to not only have heard support for my initiative from both sides of the debate, including those who were against today's action, as I saw in several emails. After all, I think one thing that we can all agree on, regardless of what position, which position is, I think that none of us want to see more gun violence. And I say this more than just as a council member, but as a father of a young boy who is going to our public schools. And as I'm soon to welcome my daughter into this world, and I want to know that they'll be living in a safer world. I do have a question in regards to my memo for staff. I want to know if staff, if you happen to have an update on the rules direction to host a joint study session with the county.
Member Peralta, this is Lee Wilcox, Assistant City Manager. We did have a verbal conversation not too long after the Rules Committee hearing with the county, in which they expressed an interest in having the meeting, but wanted to get through the most immediate needs of the pandemic, and then we would circle back around with them late spring and summer to plan something out. So we will check back with the county. We are going to prepare an info memo related to several of the items in your memorandum that was approved by rules and send it out to the council in the next few days.
Okay, thank you. You know, I think the time delay is not going to benefit any of us, and I think regardless if we don't necessarily have support of the board of directors, I do think we should proceed with our own study session. We could invite county agencies or representatives from county agencies like behavioral health, public health to participate, and I would like, as that was suggested in my recommendation last September, preferring to do something sooner than later, I would like to see if the city manager's office could make that pivot.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I personally believe this study session needs to occur before this new program, first of its kind, is going to be implemented within 180 days. So I do think we have a little bit of time, but I want to ensure that we are setting ourselves up for success And I think having this conversation will really help us do that. I appreciate the creative thinking of using a designated nonprofit to be able to collect and expand these funds. However, drawing from similar examples, we have had challenges such as with our Police Athletic League or History San Jose, where we have helped prop up or support these nonprofits, and in the end have had to dedicate more resources to keep them afloat. I think if we are to meaningfully execute this plan, it is imperative that over the next few months, our staff outline a comprehensive work plan and timeline that addresses the questions that I have proposed in my memo. A dedicated work plan is not only going to benefit the city, but it also provides the transparency that I think we've heard from a lot of our public today that they would like to see and deserve. My goal in the end, as I believe all of ours is and should be, is to end gun violence. And while I am supportive of the council action and proposed today, including my memo, I hope that we will indeed take the time and dedicate the resources as I had proposed through my memo to be able to thoughtfully and collaboratively work towards that goal. I want to thank my staff for their hard work, my Chief of Staff, Christina Ramos, Mindy Wynn, Bridget Brown, and David Tran from my team, as this was not something on our work plan or agenda last year. And they all stepped up as it became very personal to me and have dove in on this work with me. So I want to say thank you to them as well. With that, I will make a motion now to move the joint memo from the mayor, the vice mayor, Councilmember Cohen and Carrasco, my memo, and Councilmember Arenas' memo.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Peralta. I believe that there were, I had suggested some modified additional recommendations from Councilmember Davis as well, and a memorandum I filed as a supplemental. Would you be willing to include that in the motion?
I apologize. Yeah, and that additional supplemental as well.
Thank you. Is that okay with the seconder?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. What items are those?
They're reflected in a supplemental replacement memorandum I filed just yesterday that responds to some of the recommendations of Councilmember Davis. Regarding ghost guns, partnerships on gun buybacks, things of that nature.
Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have questions, so I might have to come back and do a second round. I just wanted to thank everyone for bringing this item back for discussion and giving their input. I'd like to thank the people that spoke, sent us emails, and shared some very personal stories. You know, I read them, and thank you for that. I also wanted to share, you know, my own family has been touched by gun violence, particularly from the Gilroy shooting. And that's what led me to work with my colleagues here to establish the Hate Crime and Prevention Task Force. And so I understand the personal effects that linger from gun violence long past the headlines have moved on. However, I do have some questions. This has not had an extensive community process. There were a lot of things that needed to be figured out and that will continue to be figured out. And so I had some questions, and like I said, I might have to do a second round. And I actually wanted to call out the mayor and say thank you for the ghost gun proposal. We've seen in our city and in our state the proliferation of ghost guns and being used for criminal activity. It's an issue that has come up in the Hate Crime and Prevention Task Force. And I think it's a huge issue. I had a question, and I don't know if this is for the mayor, Lee, or the police chief, or I don't know who, but doesn't the state ban ghost guns effective July of this year?
Yes, and let me just offer, we may recall, we unanimously approved moving forward with a ban last June to plug a gap that existed in state law. And that's why you're seeing all these ordinances coming out of other cities in the Bay Area, because
Like San Diego, Oakland, yeah.
Yeah. So we want to fill the same gap everybody else wants to fill until the state fills it.
Okay, and then, but that will take effect in July, correct?
I believe that's when the state law takes effect. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. I had some other questions about gun insurance. My staff has also spent time talking to folks. So what types of claims would gun insurance cover, and what claims would not be covered by insurance?
So it would operate in the same way that insurance operates for automobiles. You can't state a claim for intentional use of an automobile to run somebody over. It only covers accidental or negligence. So in the same way with a gun, it only covers unintentional shootings and the harm from them. That's still an awful lot of harm. If you consider it's about a little more than a third of the emergency room injuries from guns are from unintentional shootings. And as you can imagine, disproportionately,
Is that in Santa Clara County?
No, that's
national, isn't it?
The data's the percentage is a little smaller in the county or in the city based on what we saw from the Pyre study, but at least nationally, it's more than a third, about 27,000 a year. And we know there's as I mentioned, there's lots of kids who live in homes where the basic safety requirements aren't being satisfied. So that's what we're trying to address with the insurance.
Thank you. And do insurance companies cover unintentional shootings within a person's own household?
Yes. That's my understanding from, yeah.
So, so I will say in our conversations with insurance providers, we were told that they would only cover non-household members or non-household member property.
I'm assuming that there is a natural requirement if that, well, first of all, that would be news to me. We've reached out now to more than 15 insurance companies. I'm guessing there may have been statements made that you can't get it coverage for, let me not, I better not speak because I have not been the one communicating directly with insurance companies. We've had our team doing it on a couple of occasions. But my understanding is it covers unintentional harm. And most policies are pretty comprehensive in covering all unintentional harms. If there's some evidence that it may be self-inflicted intentionally, that is to recover from insurance, you can imagine why they wouldn't cover that.
So when we followed up with insurance companies, we were told that this insurance typically does not cover accidental deaths or injuries within one's own household, as someone typically can't file a claim to cover negligent acts against themselves. And so it could cover damages to non-household members or non-household member property. And so we were trying to figure out, with the understanding that insurance likely won't cover unintentional shootings within a person's own household, then one of the things I was trying to figure out was, what's the percentage of the 86 unintentional shootings that occurred within a person's household, so that we could kind of try and understand what this insurance would cover?
Yeah. So my understanding is, at least from national data, a little more than 70% of shootings occur within the home. I looked at my own USAA policy, and there is no such exclusion for harm to my own household members. Accidental coverage covers all accidental shootings as long as there's no evidence of malfeasance. So I appreciate you may have heard something from one company, but we've reached out to, I believe the number is 16 companies offering homeowners or rental insurance. And I haven't learned of any such preclusion.
Yeah, we talked to about a handful, and that's just, we didn't talk to 15, we talked about 5, and that's what we got from the 5 that we did speak to. So I think that's something else that needs to be, it's something that needs to be ironed out. Do insurance providers ask if a person is a gun owner?
I think many do. I can't speak for all insurers, but many do require request that gun owners state their guns, identify their guns if they own guns, so they can be properly insured under the policy.
Okay, I think it would help to have some standards around this, because the folks that we talked to said generally no, it's just counts as property that's covered under an insurance claim.
Well, we don't regulate insurance, so we wouldn't tell insurance companies what they could do, what they couldn't do. But what insurance companies do and how they cover it is entirely up to them, and they're regulated by the state.
Right, and so if insurance companies don't ask if a person is a gun owner and they don't increase rates for gun owners, what would be the methods for insurance providers to offer incentives for gun owners with safe practices?
Yeah, we have been told by several insurers, as well as what you'll see, I think, in the ordinance is a specific recitation from an insurance-based organization that represents many insurers, that there are mechanisms for getting reduced premiums, risk-adjusted premiums for things such as purchasing a gun safe.
Okay, thank you. And I had some questions around the fees and how some of this would work. So, and I also say that representing a district that has a lot of gun violence, you know, just like every other part of the city, I have responsible gun owners, but I have whole neighborhoods that live in fear because of other people driving through their neighborhoods and firing guns. Under this policy, they wouldn't get any extra assistance because they're not a member, they're not a gun owner, so they wouldn't be eligible for the benefits of these services. So anyway, I had some questions. I wanted to thank Pyre for providing the information related to the cost to taxpayers for gun ownership. And so some of the questions were what I just stated, that the structure of the gun harm reduction fees has residents paying a designated nonprofit for services that are only offered to gun owners or those close to gun owners. And the city has limited authority to direct the nonprofit on how to spend this money. Are there any legal reasons why the services provided by the designated nonprofit only offers these services to gun owners, members of a household of gun owners, or those who have close familial or intimate relationships? So in other words, neighborhoods like Owsley and Santee would be left out. Is that correct? Is there a legal reason for that?
Yeah, my understanding is, in addition to the pragmatic reasons of, as a policy, we want to go to where the gun risk is the greatest. There are also concerns around Prop 26. And if Nora, if you'd like to add something, certainly feel free, but it really relates to Prop 26 and requirements about how fees are used.
That's correct. We were trying to tie the benefit as is required under Prop 26 to the people who are paying the fee.
So how would the designated nonprofit determine if a person fits within that category?
If an individual who comes to them for services is identified the fact that there's a gun in the home or that their significant other has a gun, for example, that would be a basis for receiving domestic violence services, suicide prevention services, and the like.
Okay, so it would be self-identified?
Well,
Okay.
I'd imagine that the nonprofit may undertake other criteria as well. You could imagine, for example, since we've engaged, for example, a leading member of the local NRA, that there could be an active effort to reach out to gun owners through those organizations and offer these services so gun owners know that those services are available. Also, communication could go through the Department of Justice database to those who have purchased guns to indicate to them, hey, you have these services available. So there's a variety of different ways.
And the original proposal, there was some discussion in the original proposal. It stressed that the city would use an airlock system to ensure the security of data collected on gun owners. How would the city ensure that this information is properly secured by the designated nonprofit? And then Nora, what's the city's or the nonprofit's potential exposure if the database is for any reason made public?
Council member, those are some of the questions that are going to be worked out through the work over the next 6 months, and what information is going to be provided to a nonprofit. The mayor indicated the state has that information, is something that will be sorted out through the promulgation of regulations over the next 6 months.
Okay, and Mayor, thanks for your indulgence. I'm happy to take a next round
Sure.
After my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, we'll come right back to you. Thanks. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you for those questions, Councilmember Esparza. I really appreciate it. I have a few questions of my own. Obviously, it wasn't part of the Brown Act, so I couldn't discuss or share some of these thoughts and such. But let me just first say thank you to all the folks that called in. Appreciate your concern. And obviously, as we all sit here listening, we realize that some of the commentary is just misguided and plainly flat wrong as it relates to what we're doing here today. And you know, I think that's common as it relates to the folks that call in. But anyhow, appreciate them calling in. I also want to say that how can I put this? I think gun violence is a scourge on our society. I think it's uniquely American and it's very unfortunate. And so I do think that and hope that folks at the federal level at some point do something to curtail gun ownership or certain individuals that probably shouldn't have guns that have perpetrated some of these crimes. And so I know that oftentimes as politicians, we want to tiptoe around some of these comments and such to be cognizant of all the different points of view in our society. But I just think it needs to be said that, you know, at least some of us, or maybe a lot of us, think that guns aren't necessarily a good thing. There's also this perception that in our city, certainly as any big city has crime, but to sort of peddle this idea, and I heard it from some of the residents, as if folks are quite literally just walking around with guns looking, you know, the bad guys are walking around with guns looking to shoot someone. I just wanted to push back against it. I still think we're a relatively safe city, and so I just don't think that's the type of place we live in, but I appreciate the concerns. Just a few questions, Mayor. I wanted to make sure, and I'll direct these to you because I know you've been played an instrumental role in getting some of this moving. So I wanted to make sure I understood the liability insurance. So just want to run a scenario, right, to think through in a practical sense how this works, right? So have liability insurance. I'm a legal gun owner. An accidental shooting happens in my home. Someone is injured. Let's just say it was a friend of mine, right? Whatever it may be. A claim is filed, I assume, with the insurance company that's covering this liability insurance. Assuming it was determined to be an accident, then the insurance would then pony up some cash or whatever it may be to make that person whole, whoever got hurt. Is that the general sense of it? Is that?
Yes. Again, assuming there's no malfeasance or intentional harm, yes, there would be payment for a negligent.
Okay. And then that's where so I appreciate that. That's what my thinking was. And so assuming everything's above board, we were just fiddling around with a gun in the backyard, shot my friend's foot, whatever it may be, he gets paid, having insurance, there's a claim filed. And so, the what is it? The Pacific Institute, the report that was cited in one of the memos, I think, that provided some of the baseline information as it relates to the dollars that are being spent on some of this. And so in that instance, say the police arrive, say there's an ambulance call, say there's a fire department, the fire department shows up. The insurance company isn't going to cover that, I presume, right? They're just going to maybe cover the medical expenses. And so is that your sense of it, Mayor?
I'm not an expert in this area, but my understanding is the insurance company would cover whatever the policyholder would be liable to pay.
Right.
So to the extent there would be any recovery from the policyholder for public costs, then yes, the insurance company would pay that. But I frankly don't pretend to know what the
Yeah. Yeah, I know we're with some of these questions are putting you on the spot. It's just you know, some of the numbers that were cited in the report that was provided, some of the analysis that was done. I know some of the numbers were thrown out that were supplied are related to sort of the amount of dollars it costs, for example, for police services and such as it relates to some of these gun incidents. And so I guess my point is, and what I'm trying to understand is it doesn't seem to me then that the liability insurance is necessarily going to have a decline in the amount of money that our city, the taxpayers need to pony up, right?
No, and let me explain why that's there. The point is first to help everyone understand that there is a very public cost of violence. This is not simply a burden borne through the tragedy of within a single family. But in fact, everybody in the public, in the case of San Jose, taxpayers are on the hook for nearly $40 million in public costs for gun violence. And so, because the question is, why should gun owners pay anything? And the reason is because taxpayers have been footing this bill. Now, when we originally had fashioned this proposal and it came to us in June, the proposal was that the dollars would come back to the city and offset some of our costs. That has since been modified. So the dollars instead will entirely be directed toward violence prevention and violence reduction. And that, of course, goes through the nonprofit agencies. And so when this report was created by Pyre, it was really addressing what was originally a proposal that would have money come back to the city. We've all talked extensively with attorneys and everybody else about what's the best approach. And this is the approach that's being proposed. So that's why you have that in the Pyre study. But it also helps explain why in the world do we make a gun owner pay anything? And the answer is because taxpayers have been paying for years. It's just people aren't paying attention to that fact.
So the insertion or the inclusion of the requirement for liability insurance, that in your view, it will have a positive effect as it relates to the resources that the city spends? I mean, is it going to, in your mind, help in some roundabout way maybe address some of those expenses that maybe go unchecked and unresolved, if you will?
Well, when you say the city, I guess I was referring to the nearly $40 million that city taxpayers pay. And we pay taxes not just to support the city, but also, for example, the county to pay for emergency room treatment, right? And so to the extent that there is an insurance company in place that's going to pay for that cost, for example, and it would not have been if we didn't have a mandate, that would be a benefit to the taxpayer.
I understand. I mean, but that assumes that the individual that's going to the hospital isn't covering their own medical expenses or doesn't have insurance, right? I mean, if they have insurance, theoretically, some of that's being covered, correct?
Yes, but I think, as we both know, there's a lot of emergency room visits that are not insured.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. The other question I had was around so gun owners pay a fee. I think right now one of the memos says $25 annually, which seems like a reasonable amount. Then goes to a nonprofit that the city does not control. That nonprofit then delivers gun harm reduction services, and that can be many different.
No. I should interrupt you there. I'm sorry.
Okay, please.
That's just a nonprofit foundation. It's going to distribute dollars to community organizations that do this work. So they're not going to suddenly develop this expertise. They're going to go to who the experts are. So whether it's Next Door Solutions for Domestic Violence or whatever other community-based organizations out there, Gardner Health Center providing mental health services, whatever it might be.
Okay, I get that. So thank you for the clarification. I guess where I was getting at still sort of applies is that obviously you heard a number of folks on this phone call, constituents, assuming they're from San Jose. We don't really know, we haven't taken a poll or survey to see how the majority of gun owners sort of, how they feel about this. I suspect a lot of them probably share some of the perspective that was shared during the course of this meeting, as you can imagine.
Sure.
I think we could all agree with that. So it seems to me that some of them, I don't know the percentage, I have no idea, but it seems to me that at least some of them are probably are not going to be very much inclined to take on some of these services because they may frankly think they're doing enough already, right? And so one of the questions I have is, what if the pot of money that's flowing into this organization that's then sending it out to nonprofits just sits idle, if you will, right? Because the families that own guns aren't utilizing this. What happens to that money?
Yeah, I think if we were to think about the entire breadth of services that might be provided and the incredible need we have, for example, for basic mental health care in our community, domestic violence prevention, how we could, I think, both come up with a pretty lengthy list of severely underfunded services. I don't think there's going to be any problem ensuring that we have enough spending to do with these dollars. We've got 55,000 households approximately based on the Pyre report in which there's a gun that's owned. I'm guessing that's roughly 300,000 people, a third of our city. So that's a lot of folks to serve. And I assume that people who live in homes where guns are owned have the same needs as everyone else. I don't expect gun owners necessarily to support this, but I do expect a significant number will take advantage of services when they're offered.
Okay. All right. Okay. Appreciate that. And then, I think oftentimes during some of these meetings, we talk about.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Sergio, sorry, Councilmember Hernandez, I misspoke. I said 300,000. That's some bad math. 55,000 households is probably around 150,000 people.
I get your point.
I'm very sorry. I shouldn't have said 300,000.
I didn't write it down because I know we're throwing numbers out here. But I appreciate the point. It's a lot more than the 55,000 households, right? I mean, and it's much broader. The impact is, and so some of what we talk about oftentimes in these meetings are what we're going to do to figure out whether some of these policies, these ordinances we're passing are actually working. And so as it relates to that, the Pyre report, it seems to me that since this is the first time any city, and our city certainly is going down this path, correct? Of requiring insurance. And so it seems to me that the Pyre report and all the information they put together is important. And do you anticipate that that's going to be a baseline of information that we're going to use to compare to future years?
I'm sorry, to compare future years to future reducing violence?
To future years to measure the success of this ordinance to see if in fact we are reducing gun harm, right?
Yeah, it certainly provides a good baseline. If we know that we've had 206 San Jose residents on average every year who have suffered injury or death. Yeah.
Okay, and then to that point, there's no explicit direction. There was a lot of memos out. There's a lot of information and a lot of what your team has done, and I appreciate it. It was difficult to dig through it and remember everything that was out there, but there's nothing. Well, I guess in Councilmember Peralta's memo, he talks about bringing some of this to PISFIS before the implementation to sort of shake out some stuff. But what I'm curious about, there's no explicit direction to bring this back a year later or anything like that to see what the impacts have been, right? Or whether there has in fact been gun harm reduction. There's nothing within any of the memos to your knowledge?
I believe Councilmember Peralta said something about checking in with the committee. Forgive me, the memo's not in front of me, but Councilmember Peralta, feel free to hop in.
Yeah, Councilmember Peralta, can you speak to that? Is there, I know there's a part of your memo that talks about bringing some information back to PISFIS, but I don't think you were explicit about bringing it back after the implementation necessarily. Am I right?
I think we've lost him. So
he unmuted.
I'm sorry, I am losing some service here.
Did you hear my question?
Can you hear me? I
Yes.
did. Sorry, just a little staticky. Are you able to hear me well?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry. I think I might be delayed on my end, so my apologies.
Tell you what, we'll do a little checking real quick, and we pull up the memo and get back to you on that, Councilman Jimenez.
Okay.
Forgive me, we're a bit over time. Can we come back to you?
Sure, that's fine. I'll hit pause.
Yeah, we'll come right back to you. I know you've got more questions. Councilmember Cohen?
Yes, thank you. And I want to thank all the members of the public who showed up here today and gave their feedback and have been giving their feedback for a long time. The advocates who have been so interested in this topic that have helped craft this policy. I want to thank colleagues on the council who have worked with on this policy, particularly the mayor who's been leading on this issue and working on with Nora and her office on the legal issues. So I want to thank everyone for that. As Councilmember Jimenez pointed out, there's a lot of misperceptions about what it is we're trying to achieve here and what kind of people we're trying to target. And of course, we hear from a lot of the folks who are opposing this policy, things like most gun violence is committed by criminals. This does nothing to stop criminals in possession of illegal guns, that it's punishing law-abiding gun owners, that this, the misdeeds of criminals won't be changed by this. But I think others have pointed out that there's a lot more to gun violence than mass shootings and homicides. And that's one of the things that gets lost. We hear the news stories focused on homicides and the mass shootings that really bring this to the forefront, but there's a large number of incidents, both of gun deaths, but also a lot of gun injuries that are not homicide, that are not criminal acts, and that are not done by people with illegal weapons, that are not done by people who are in possession of illegal guns, or as people have been talking about, people roaming the streets trying to create mayhem. A large number are things that happen in the home. And what we're focused on here is trying to make, is to try to reinforce responsible gun ownership. In fact, the majority of gun deaths in Santa Clara County over the last 2 years were not homicides. They're made up of suicides and accidental shootings. And of course, it's been pointed out that a large fraction of people who end up in the hospital due to gun injuries are accidental shootings or things that happen in the homes. So in as much as we can incentivize people to be safer with their weapons and reduce these kinds of incidents, we're protecting our community. And again, to address some of Councilmember Jimenez's questions about cost savings, while there wouldn't be necessarily direct reimbursement to the city for expenses, any reduction in gun violence at home that reduces response from our city results in a cost savings, because we won't be, our police won't have to respond to an extra few incidents that are prevented. Our police, our hospitals won't have to treat people who are victims because of safer behavior in the home. And this reduction in incidents in the home is a result of two things. One, because services that are provided by the nonprofit can help people with their mental health issues and might result in fewer suicides, and can also help in other ways to prevent gun incidents, but also because a liability insurance requirement will, if done correctly, and over time as we improve the availability of these kinds of insurance policies, we should incentivize gun owners to put safety first in their homes, to make sure their guns are locked, to make sure that they have trigger devices that are going to prevent their weapons from being used the way they shouldn't be used. And I have no doubt that once a marketplace is created for policies like this, similar things would happen as happened with vehicle safety, where people will be incentivized to be safer and will get discounts for doing things that are safer. And this could make our community safer. And also to address the question about the money coming in and sitting and not being used, I will point out that while there are a good number of households with guns, even if 100% of gun households pay the $25 fee, we're talking about a maximum amount of $1.5 million per year. I think it's pretty easy for programs to be offered and to spend $1.5 million a year. In fact, I don't think it'll go far enough in providing programs. I think we're going to have the opposite problem, but we're not going to have money left over, but we're going to wish we had more available for these kinds of services. We have a lot of data out there that is clear that when people have guns in their home, they're less safe. There's more likely to be victims of gun violence in the home, whether it's accidental or intentional. In fact, we've already heard about the suicide statistics. Of the nearly 40,000 gun-related deaths per year, nearly 24,000 were suicides. And these are mostly attempted with legal registered firearms. We know that suicides are impulsive acts, and people who commit suicides are actually likely to be unsuccessful if they attempt it in ways other than with a gun. So having readily available guns in the home is really what causes suicides to be a big problem in our community. And also this proposal would have money available to provide mental health services that might help people who are susceptible to suicide. So this is an important initiative to address the public health crisis that is gun violence in our country. According to research conducted by every town, and I talked about this yesterday, gun violence is responsible for 40,000 deaths and twice that many injuries per year. That's 120,000 affected people per year across the United States. And the economic impact of that gun violence is $34.8 million per day. That's $280 billion per year in associated costs. That's a huge number, and one that I hope we can make a dent in by taking reasonable steps like this. So again, I want to thank advocacy groups and others who have been helpful in getting us to this point where we can attempt to bring some reasonable approaches to this process. And I do want to make one request of the motion. I do think it's important to keep the language of domestic violence in the motion. Domestic violence isn't necessarily gender-based. I think the mayor pointed that out. It can affect children in the family, but it also can be man-on-man domestic violence, right? It can be through different kinds of arrangements in homes. So I think it's important to keep that language in there. So I would ask if we can make a friendly amendment to just keep the phrase and have it say, the language say violence reduction or domestic violence and gender-based violence services. So having both phrases in the final language just to make sure that we're still focused on domestic violence, which is a very large arena where we have gun violence in our community. So I'll ask the maker of the motion if that's acceptable.
Councilman Peralta, are you able to hear right now? I know you've got it.
I am. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for earlier. Yeah, look, I'm completely comfortable including both of those phrases. And then to Councilmember Jimenez's question, item number 4 in my memo does actually ask for a report back to the. Yes. I don't suggest PISFIS, but I just say a
biannual
designated committee,
right.
A biannual report. So I am asking for that. I would agree. I shared his interest in wanting to ensure that we can continue to look at the analysis to ensure that this is successful. So yes, I would be comfortable with that addition.
Okay. The motion is amended. Councilmember Crosco, is that all right with you as seconder?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Motion's amended. Councilor Khan?
Thank you. That's it for my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. First, I want to thank all of those who called in to share their thoughts on both sides of this issue, and also those who have emailed me. I know we've all received lots of emails over the last few weeks or a few days. Setting policy with the intended goal of reducing injuries and death by firearms is important. Good policy must focus on getting illegal guns off our streets. It must also focus on mental health issues. And if the intent is to reduce crime, it should not unfairly target law-abiding gun owners. One thing I must make clear, owning a gun doesn't make you a criminal. I'm not someone who has a particular interest in firearms. I don't own one. I abhor violence, and even aggressive or uncivil language kind of makes me cringe. I avoid violent movies and television, even animated shows. Ask my family, they'll tell you if it's got any sort of guns or weapons in it, I'm not going to be interested in it. So I don't consider myself a huge gun rights advocate. I arrive at my thoughts on this issue as a result of research, my own curiosity, conversations with individuals whose balanced opinions I value tremendously. I consider myself an advocate for good government and setting policies that will have an impact on our community and improving our residents' quality of life, which ultimately is having them feeling safer. While the overall goals of this ordinance are laudable, I'm struggling to understand some of the components. So I have some questions regarding the nonprofit, Proposition 26, fees versus taxes, and a few other questions. So I'm just going to jump in to my questions. First, Nora, you've referred to Prop 26, and I know what it is, and some of the council members probably know what it is, but maybe our callers do not. So could you identify what Proposition 26 and why it's important in relation to this fee or tax?
Sure. Proposition 26 was passed, I think, in 2010 by California voters. It amended the Constitution. It provides a definition of tax, and it identifies those things that are fees for certain services to be paid to the government, but which are considered fees and not a tax for services provided by the government.
But so a provision of provision of Prop 26 is that a fee is collected and it must benefit the individuals paying the fee. Is that correct?
Yes, that is the way a payment to the government is a allowable fee.
Okay, so I'm having real trouble trying to understand this nonprofit and the funds that are being collected and how they're being distributed. It looks to me, by my calculation, if you use $25 by 55,000, that's 1.375 million annually. It goes up if we increase the number to $35. So I'm wondering, and Mayor, maybe you have this answer, and I'm learning a little bit more. I didn't get it out of the ordinance that this is how it's going to function. Is there a nonprofit that will be handling the services and fees related to this? Is this their existing nonprofit, a future nonprofit? What's the structure?
Yeah, a good question, Councilmember, and I appreciate it's not all laid out in the ordinance. There is a nonprofit foundation that's under formation, and several nonprofit leaders, and I referred to several of those in my memorandum. Those individuals led by Esther Peralta, who's the CEO of Next Door for Solutions for Domestic Violence. They're convening, and we'll also have other individuals involved. For example, the person has expressed strong interest as an epidemiologist from Stanford who specializes in or has a great extensive background, Julie Parsonet, in gun harm. So the idea is that they will form a board. That board will rely on evidence-based approaches to identify those programs and initiatives that will be most effective in reducing gun violence that can be funded that primarily serve gun-owning households. So, so those dollars will be distributed from that foundation to existing nonprofits, likely, I would assume. Maybe some government agencies such as the county may receive some dollars. I don't know. It's up to them. And there will be, obviously, under Councilmember Peralta's suggestion, a constant review by this council, and the city managers ultimately has the authority to designate that nonprofit or designate a different one if, for whatever reason, they're not performing as expected. That is, if the dollars are, for whatever reason, improperly being used.
Okay, so let me carry this on a little bit further then. So nonprofit to be determined or name to be determined foundation collects 1.375 million from gun owners. How are they the ones who are getting access to the state registry? Who has access to the state registry?
No one has access except for the state attorney general. In our conversations with the attorney general's office, the idea would be that the attorney general office would accept a fee that would be paid, obviously through these gun fees, that be paid from this foundation. It would pay for the cost of generating correspondence from DOJ to gun owners in their registry that live in the city of San Jose. So nobody gets to see that data except for the Department of Justice. That's how the letters that get generated is from their office. The city of Los Angeles is engaged, and I think the county of Los Angeles as well, in a similar use of this DOJ database. Without getting any access to the database, they simply paid the DOJ to send out information to gun owners in their jurisdiction.
So is the direction then that we would instruct or enter into a relationship with the DOJ, I don't know how that works, where we're saying, please send a letter out to all registered gun owners that they now owe us $25 through this foundation. Is that how that would work?
Yes, and hopefully it would contain more information like, hey, here's where you can get mental health services, right, and other services. So this could be a very helpful thing, we think, other than just being a means of collecting fees, but also a way of communicating, hey, by the way, here's gun storage laws you should know about, things like that.
Okay, so then I'm a gun owner and I pay into this fee. How do I know, or how does the agency that I'm going to know that they have to provide me services because of the fee I've paid into? I'm just trying to figure out how all, and I know I've heard we have 180 days or whatever to implement, but I have always struggled with us not knowing the details when we're voting on something. I prefer knowing ahead of time rather than waiting.
Right. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, this nonprofit foundation is, we hope and expect, and I think you've seen some of the names of the individuals who are involved in forming this, are going to use their best professional judgment to decide how dollars can be best spent in the community. And if it doesn't meet the city standards for whatever reason, we can pull the plug. That's the bottom line. We would expect, based on the fact we have a PhD from Stanford and heads of nonprofits and so forth, that they would use evidence-based approaches, as is common in the public health setting.
So we also do, even though this is an R fee technically, we will have some oversight.
I mean, the oversight.
We can have oversight.
The oversight, I think, is to the extent that is described in Councilmember Peralta's memorandum, that we would be able to check in, understand how things are going, and the city manager, at the end of the day, has the ability to designate which nonprofit is the nonprofit foundation that shall receive the money. And so presumably the council could always say, hey, city manager, we don't like how the dollars are being distributed, so pick a different nonprofit foundation.
Okay. I think a lot of my other questions were answered. My main concerns were about the nonprofit and actually still exist around the nonprofit and the fees. Oh, regarding the insurance, I did have a question regarding the insurance a little bit. I've read my policy, and it's really what you're looking at is basically an accidental injury or death caused in your home by your weapon. So that's what insurance policies insure, is accidents, and not anything intentional, of course. But I'm concerned about renters. Homeowners have insurance because their lenders typically require insurance, and it's just a smart thing to do. But renters don't necessarily have insurance, and so this could establish an unfair burden on renters who are struggling to pay their rent and have a weapon in their house, have a firearm in their house, but now they need to get the insurance and they may not be able to. It's just a renter insurance policy against their personal property that would have to include a liability rider. So I'm not sure that I'm concerned about the cost, unfair burden to renters, and also whether that liability insurance is available on a renter's policy. While it is on a homeowner's, I'm not sure it is on a renter's policy.
Yeah, we specifically reached out to many insurance companies to try to understand if it's equally available in the context of a renter's policy. It is. We understand similar terms under which a homeowner would get it. And certainly we know there's some people who may not be able to afford a fee or insurance. Although one would ask, how did they afford to buy the gun? But anyway, for some, perhaps they got the gun through some other means and they just can't afford it. So to ensure that we are complying with the Constitution, there is a waiver in the ordinance that an individual simply signs self-attests that for the reasons stated, they cannot afford the insurance or fee. They simply sign that form and they keep the form with the gun. And that satisfies their obligation under the law.
Great. I do have one final question. I realized it hasn't been asked yet, and it's come up regarding a legal challenge. I'm concerned about the cost of a legal challenge and defending ourselves and any fees or estimates based on that. Can you address that a little bit, Nora? Because I expect, since we're talking about Second Amendment, or those calling in called about the Second Amendment, that will be a challenge. Can you tell me about defending ourselves, and then if we lose, what the ramifications might be?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Foley. We have been contacted by a law firm, the Chet Law Firm in Burlingame, and they have offered to represent the city if we are sued pro bono. And they have done the same thing for us before in a couple other cases. So our office will be involved, but they will also be involved in leading the charge, so to speak, if and when there is a lawsuit. And then the risk, I think you're probably referring to in your question, is the potential for attorney's fees if we lose, and that potential exists. And at any point in the litigation, should the council wish to mitigate that potential increase if we lose early or something like that, you always have control over appeal and those kinds of things.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I see I'm at the end of my time, and that's the end of my questions too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Swanson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just pick up for the next round. Thank you. So how would, and Councilmember Foley touched on this. Thank you, Councilmember Foley. So how would the city verify payment of the gun harm reduction fee to the designated nonprofit? At any point, would the city have access to the information? And if fees are collected, then there's, we could have that database, correct? I mean, how would that work?
Yeah, so the fees won't be collected by the city. They'll be collected by the nonprofit. And we won't be engaged in any proactive enforcement. This is not having officers, knocking on doors, looking for insurance forms. The enforcement is entirely going to be reactive. That is, if someone has contact with an officer has reason to believe they have a gun, then the question is asked, do you have insurance for that? In the same way, any of us as drivers are asked for insurance. So nobody's, rooting through our cars to, if we're not pulled over for some reason. So in any event, so that's how the enforcement mechanism would work.
And so how would the city verify payment? How would we know that those payments were made? And
yeah, there would be a receipt that would come presumably from the nonprofit organization, foundation, that would say, thank you for your payment. This is your record of payment. And on the bottom of this form is your self-attestation for insurance. So that whole document can be kept with the gun that shows the fee's been paid and here's my insurance.
But how do we know?
We don't.
So we would never know if any of the fees were paid. We would not know at all.
Unless there's contact with a law enforcement officer. And I should say that, sadly, given the direction of the Supreme Court, which is, I think, looks pretty likely they're going to invalidate a concealed carry permit requirement in New York, which means they're probably going to invalidate it nationwide. We're going to have officers engaging many more interactions with people who are carrying guns out there. And if they're in bars or nightclubs and they got a gun, then that's an opportunity when an officer will say, hey, do you have insurance for that?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely aware with ghost guns. That's definitely in District 7. But I was just trying to figure out how we would know that payments are made, and how the nonprofit would then communicate with us, since our ordinance would enable this system to be in place, then how would we know what would be collected on an annual basis? How many gun owners paid the fees? And then I'm assuming that the gun owners would provide the waivers to the designated nonprofit as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe the waivers could be provided by the nonprofit or by the city, presumably. But someone could download them off the city website, for example, or from the nonprofit website. I'm not sure all that's been worked out. I think that can be pretty quickly worked out through regulations from Jennifer.
Okay, and then would this designated nonprofit then be selected through an open bidding process? And if the services provided don't meet the city's standard, what process would there be for the city to select a new designated nonprofit?
Yeah, to my knowledge, this is a determination from the city manager. If Nora or Jennifer want to speak further about that, feel free. My understanding is we have a very clear delineation of what organization can possibly qualify. So it's not as though there's 10 organizations out there that are going to compete or bid. There are restrictions, for example, on speech, on advocacy, things like that this organization can't engage in.
Yeah, I would imagine that we would just when we engage with other nonprofits, that we would treat them the same, and there would be some sort of a bid for that and the services. We'd hold them to be accountable to the services that we ask for in a contract. And Nora, let me know if I'm incorrect on any of this, but and we would hold them to a report on performance like we do other services that we contract with.
So this would be part of the report that would come back to us. I think Councilmember Jimenez was talking about an annual report, or that it would come to us so that we could review how this is moving forward, as well as review the services and ensure that those services were timely and to a certain standard. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's how I would envision this working. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the latest, and I think this was addressed, I just want to make sure I understand. So the latest memo on Friday states the city's administrative costs could be covered by the fee, but then states the city wouldn't collect the fees. So how exactly would our costs be recovered?
Yeah. So the fee would be paid, obviously one fee would be paid that would incorporate whatever cost the state incurs, the Attorney General's office, the city incurs, and the nonprofit incurs. And then of course there's the base fee. So let's say it's $35 total, that all gets paid to the 501c3, the foundation. Then the foundation then remits payment to the city for its costs, to the state, et cetera.
Okay, so then that's how we would cover our administrative costs, but then we don't know how fees would be collected to ensure that we were actually adequately being paid for our services.
Well,
Is that
we
correct?
we don't have a lot of services or administrative work involved here. Once this, and to my understanding, based on all the conversations we've had, this is really not going to be administered by the city. So it's not going to take FTEs from the city to manage. We are certainly going to be involved in, having hearings to understand how this nonprofit is distributing the dollars, making sure they're accountable, and presumably they'll be subject, as all nonprofits are, to audits and so forth. But that's not going to be performed by the city.
So I'm sure there are city costs, administrative costs, financial costs, administrative costs. So we are hoping that those costs do get recovered by the NGO, but we don't know who's paid the fees. Is that right?
Well, to whatever extent there are costs, I just don't know that the city is going to have significant costs. But obviously, we can learn more through this hearing we'll have when the city manager comes back with the regulations. But I'd be surprised to hear that there is a significant amount of city staff time spent on this after these regulations are created.
Well, we're also interested in the standard of services that I just mentioned, right? We have that in contract work. We have that with other services that we contract for, and there is
But
some work
these-
involved, but you're right. I mean, it's
These
not like,
nonprofits won't be in contract with the city. They'll be in contract with the nonprofit foundation. So that is the contract relationship. The contractual relationship will not be with the city.
okay, so
Really?
then my question earlier was about the standards of the services, that if we're not happy with those standards, that we could select, we could review that data and then select a separate, not designated nonprofit. So there does need to be some sort of oversight.
Yeah, I think we're conflating, I think we're talking past each other a little bit, Councilmember Esparza. Let me describe. There's two categories of nonprofits. There's this foundation, the designated nonprofit, that will be in a
Correct.
contractual relationship with the city because they're distributing the money. And if they're not distributing the money to the satisfaction of the public and the city, then obviously the city manager can select a new nonprofit foundation. Then the nonprofits that are actually doing the heavy lifting and providing services, they have a contractual relationship with the foundation, not with the city. Because their
Right,
dollars
but
are coming from the
we
foundation.
oversee, we would oversee the designated nonprofit, and that's where our oversight over the quality of the services. I mean, I'm thinking of other programs that we oversee where it's, you know, we expect a certain level of service. If it's not there, then the city steps in to address that, because ultimately our ordinance would allow this system to take place. So we have to be held accountable to the public on the efficacy of the system. And so that's what I'm trying to get at, is to understand that relationship a bit more. And so
Yes.
would that come back to us as part of the review before this is enacted, before the second hearing? That's a question for Nora or Jennifer.
Councilmember, are you asking if the regulations that are going to be promulgated by the city manager's office would come back before the second hearing? I think, to respond to your question, it may be that the designated nonprofit would and could be reporting to the council either through committee or through the council as a whole, however that gets set up. But that would be the reporting as I think right now it's understood.
Great, and actually, thank you for bringing that up. That was one of my clarifications in the amendments made under Councilmember Peralta's memo. Would that come before the full council so that we could have a transparent public process? Is that before PISFIS or the full council? Raul?
For my direction, are you talking about recommendation number 4 on the biannual reporting, or you're talking about the report back prior to the 180 days?
The report back prior to the 180 days.
I did ask that in recommendation 1 there, as you see, excuse me, not 1, 3 for PISFIS. I had asked that, but I think that could come back to full committee if that's the interest of the council, or sorry, to the full council if that's the interest of us. Okay,
I think the full council, so if you would take that as a friendly amendment. I think the whole city has an interest, and I think there would be a benefit to the whole city to having that come before the council.
Yeah, I'm fine with accepting that amendment.
Okay, Councilmember Carrasco, is that all right with you as a seconder?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza, can we come back to you again?
Sure, sounds good. Thanks.
Great. Councilmember Rennes?
Thank you. I also want to thank all the speakers today for their comments, and when people talk so passionately about violence in our community, and especially against women, I think about, and I think I've shared with some of you, when I was 19, I witnessed a friend getting kidnapped by her ex-boyfriend, and a year later, she was shot to death. And so that really defined for me the importance of intervening and supporting survivors in a way that is meaningful. And so this kind of funding that we're talking about to establish a board and to fund service providers to support our survivors is really important to me. So I just want to make that really clear from the beginning. And as many of you know, I've established a gender-based prevention work plan and strategy with my council colleagues, I think from our second year in service. And so I appreciate the support that all of the council and the mayor has, and the attention to this very, very dangerous epidemic that we as women and as men face. And so I'm really concerned about having duplicate systems serving survivors. And you know, the more questions that I heard from Councilmember Esparza and I think Councilmember Jimenez, I was concerned about maybe the steps that we're taking and the order of the steps that we're taking. And so I have a couple of questions. Did anybody connect, or anybody from the Brown Act, from your Brown Act, or any of the memos connect with the Women's Policy Office, the Office of Women's Policy, or the Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention in the county?
If that's a question for me, I did not. I can certainly check with our staff to see what communication they had, though I suspect we've had communication with members or participants in that effort.
Mm-hmm. And the question is because I think what Councilmember Peralta is proposing in his memo, by having a joint study session with the county around some of these issues, that we may find an easier path to fund some of our agencies rather than establish our own board. And it sounds like we still have a lot to work out, how we fund, who funds it, how that is accountable, the accountability within that funding that we would expect. The Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention already funds community grants. It funds innovative initiatives, training, data and research, policy and legislative agendas. And one of the things that they just produced through some of their grants is a victim rights advocacy project. It's a summary of findings and recommendations. One of those recommendations is for us to have a shared meaning and shared terms, one of which is gender-based violence. And so I want to correct my council colleagues here. Gender-based violence includes intimate partner violence. It includes sexual assault, and sexual assault includes child abuse, sexual child abuse, molestation, and then it also includes human trafficking. And so it's a gender-based violence has a lot of intersection, as we have been talking, and as our San Jose Police Department has recognized, and that's why they have these intersectionality tools that help us further identify survivors when they're on responding to calls. And so I'd like for us to prevail with that language, which is gender-based violence. And so I'd like to ask for a friendly amendment from Councilmember Peralta. I know that you wanted to include domestic violence, so I want to correct the term. The correct term is gender-based violence. It is all inclusive.
I will trust your knowledge of that. I think obviously our intent was to be as fully inclusive as possible, and I think that was the concern from maybe the mayor, Councilmember Cohen, and I agreed with that. But I will concur with you that if that's all inclusive in gender-based violence, then we can leave it at that term.
Right, and it's also, and our advocates also recognize that it includes men. It's not exclusive to women, but it is exclusive to genders, and the LGBTQ community as well.
Just a moment, I'm sorry, Councilmember Carrasco?
Oh.
I assume you're okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
The second request is for us to consider first having this from Councilmember Peralta's item number 2. It says prior to the end of the fiscal year to have that joint study session, but I think it would benefit all of us to have a meaningful conversation with the folks who are actually leading this work in our county. And so I wonder if what we could do is, instead of having this joint meeting after the fact and after we've established a system, maybe duplicating a system that already exists, that we have the joint study session before the second hearing, so that we can help shape what that board looks like, and potentially have a true partnership with our county counterparts and the Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention, and join efforts there. Councilmember Peralta, would you be open to first having a study session prior to the second reading?
Councilmember, could I just
Actually,
offer a few thoughts on that?
Mayor, that was actually my intent. That is what the prior to the fiscal year was actually about. That is prior to the 180 days. So,
Yes.
So it is inclusive.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay.
I was doing the math.
You said what I was about to say, which is I think it's all in there.
Thank you. I was not doing the math. You are a math major, Councilmember Peralta. Thank you for that. Okay, well that's important. I think that I'm a little hesitant about adopting a structure of a board that will then fund nonprofits that we're not sure how they will gather all the funding, and we won't be sure about the accountability there. And it'll, of course, we trust our city manager to ensure that the agencies are doing what they are supposed to be doing. And I have no doubt Next Door Solutions is a wonderful agency. I think it's definitely underfunded, and I would love to have them be one of those primary sources of funding for the city, for our city, as they respond to all of these crimes that are within gender-based violence, which is human trafficking, sexual assault, and intimate partner violence. I'm not sure that I'm ready to go all in to establish a board before we really figure out all the details, and then we are stuck with this kind of trying to make things work versus trying to see what kinds of systems are out there that are already working that we can join forces with. And so those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peralta.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make one addition myself as well that I neglected to consider beforehand. I know you said, Mayor, that you had brought in Dave Truslow, a gun rights advocate. I had some conversations. Dave is a constituent of mine. I've actually conversed with him before as well. But I had a sit-down conversation with Kirk Bartan and Sonia Chang, Mark Tobar, a couple others that have also chimed in today. I think it would be meaningful to include some representation, and it sounds like you might have already with Dave, but in the formation of this nonprofit. So then that way we can include their voices as well. That's obviously the intent for the study session, was to be inclusive as well, to continue to hear back. But I think specifically when it comes to this nonprofit, that's something we're hearing, or we heard today, and we've heard over the past week on the concern of this money actually being effective. And so that would be my interest. I know that currently there are some conversations going on, so I would just like to include that.
So yeah, Councilmember, Dave was at the first meeting with Esther and many other of the participants, and I hope he continues to participate. We have certainly invited others and will continue to do so who represent gun owners in our community, because we think they're really important in all this. And they're important for lots of ways, including communicating the benefits to gun owners of services that may be available to them.
Okay, thank you. And I don't believe that has to be included in the motion. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll certainly continue to urge that. Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just had a question for the chief, or Mr. Joseph. I know he's on the call, but curious, some of the discussions have been had around the police interaction with some of these folks that maybe, especially some of the stuff happening in the Supreme Court and some of the potentialities as it relates to folks carrying concealed weapons or carrying guns generally. But what I'm curious about is to get the police department's perspective on how they think some of these interactions are going to take place when they run into someone that maybe they has a gun and you ask them about this insurance requirement.
Well, I mean, I think it's like the mayor mentioned, it's not I don't think we'd be doing proactive work to try to track down people that hadn't paid their insurance. But if we had an interaction with somebody that had a gun, it would be an additional part of the investigation. We could ask to see the documentation for the insurance and then take whatever action was appropriate based on how they, whether they could produce the insurance proof and things of that nature.
Yeah, I totally understand that. I guess I'm concerned that, let's just say not that you're going out seeking it, but you go visit her home and they have a gun, you ask for insurance and they say, no, I don't got it. I mean, at that point, I think it's a judgment call, right, on this, based on the totality of the circumstances, to figure out, do you then ask for the gun? Or do you say, all right, dude, you should get insurance, we'll check in a week, or whatever it may be, right? I mean, it seems like it has the potential to turn into a very dynamic situation, I guess is my thought. And I'm curious as to what you all think about that.
Well, I mean, we always have a certain amount of discretion in any enforcement action we take. Just like somebody, rolling through a stop sign, we could stop them and issue them a warning as opposed to issuing them a ticket. And that would be the case here. And you're right. I think it would probably depend on the totality of the circumstances, and also our ability to prove one way or another that they did in fact have a gun and that they did not have, or whether they did or did not have the insurance or the proof of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then just one other quick question. This one's for Nora. I'm trying to think about how to best ask this. There seems to obviously be some separation between, related to Prop 26, I believe, there needs to be some separation between the city and the nonprofit, because it starts going into blurs the lines, it's tax, a fee, and things of that nature, right? And so, or maybe this question isn't for you, Nora, actually, but I'll just use that to premise the question. Maybe it's for Jennifer McGuire, because I'm thinking we're essentially casting off this nonprofit to the middle of the pond, if you will, so it can be semi-autonomous, right? Because we don't want to be sort of, have our hands in the mix, if you will. How do we draw that back in? Is it just assuming, let's just say down the road, a year from now, this isn't working as planned, we want to reel it back in? Is it just a matter of retracting the ordinance, or how do we go about that?
Could I jump in on this one, Councilmember? Yes, the ordinance provides the city manager shall identify the designated nonprofit organization. So either on her own or on council direction, she shall designate a different one if this one is not doing its job.
Okay. And likewise, if she doesn't think this is, if we determine this isn't maybe working in a few years, whatever it may be, I'm just trying to think out loud here. you have the same discretion, Jennifer, to then say, okay, bring a report back and report back to the city, to the full council and say, we recommend changes or?
I would imagine, I would imagine just like any program or any ordinance, that if we see issues with it and we want to make some changes to it, we would bring that back to council for their consideration with our recommendations to maybe perhaps strengthen it. And our relationship, as the mayor said, with this nonprofit that would be collecting the fees, that would be dealing with the programs, we would. I'm sure that the attorney's office would help us if we needed to sever that relationship because of poor performance. We would ensure that we have those rights built into our agreement with them.
Okay, all right, and suffice it to say then that any council member or the mayor can bring forward any type of modification or whatever it may be to the ordinance any Tuesday, if you will, right?
Yes, and I think as part of this periodic review that's being called for, there would be I'm sure a discussion about the performance like we do with other programs.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make some clarifications, at least from my perspective, on having been involved in the conversations with you and others, Mayor, on some of the questions I heard from Councilmember Esparza and others. And I know this is complicated, and it's complicated necessarily so by the fact that there's so much difficulty threading the needle as far as what can be done and what can't be done due to all of previous litigation over this issue, and that makes this policy come across a little more complicated than I wish it would be. I wish we had the opportunity to do some things that were more direct, but we have to do things. We have to follow a lot of specific rules in what we do. That's the reason we're designating an outside nonprofit, for example, and not collecting the fees ourselves, because there are issues with collecting a fee directly, and so we're designated a nonprofit. And I heard questions about judging the efficacy and quality of services. And I think the mayor did answer this, but the designated nonprofit here isn't the one providing the service. I just want to clarify that again. But they are providing the resources to those who provide the service. They would be selecting the recipients, but they are responsible, at least at the first level, for judging the efficacy. But they'd be doing that in partnership with the city. As we review the efficacy of those services, we would work with that nonprofit to make sure that in future years, other nonprofits have a chance at using those resources if we're not feeling like the ones that they're giving the money to are doing it well. So that's the approach here, necessarily because we're not managing the fees ourselves. The other question that was asked is how we know how many people are paying the fee. Well, we'll certainly know how much annual revenue the nonprofit is receiving. Therefore, we'll be able to know how many people have paid the fee. So without knowing specifically who pays the fee, we'll know based on our estimate of how many households have guns in the city, what fraction of the gun households have paid the fee. So we'll be able to judge the effectiveness of this program simply by knowing the revenue of the nonprofit. Sort of more from a philosophical standpoint, though, and the services are important, and they are an important part of this, and we hope that they'll help us make our community more safe. The real point is to put in place a mechanism that will encourage responsible gun ownership through the liability insurance and the payment of fees. And unfortunately, due to inaction and obstruction, particularly at the federal level on gun violence, it is incumbent upon us locally to do things that are bold and take these actions. I imagine everything we do tonight and everything we do on this issue will be adjudicated by the courts. There will be a period of time where we're going to have to, wait and see how that plays out. And I think that that's an important step that all these things have to go through. It's necessary for us and others to take actions. And I challenge my colleagues on the council to be bold and do that bold thing to help us test what we can do to make our community safer under the constraints that we're faced with on this policy. So while some of these are great questions, I think the important thing here is to take that bold action and see whether we can make a difference to make our community safer. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Swanson?
Go ahead. Thank you, Mayor. So a couple of things. One is I'm not Brown acted with the mayor, and neither is the public. And so I think that's part of our job, is to ask these questions and to have public conversations and not be afraid to have this out in the open. And so I think we're all happy to include the public, and I certainly need to understand it and then explain it to others. As far as the fees, it wouldn't necessarily tell us. It would tell us the fees collected, but it wouldn't tell us the number of waivers, for example, that would be accepted. And so there's a lot that we don't know. And so I think that's what I'm trying to get some clarity, because there's a lot of I don't knows and a lot of we'll figure it out. And I'm just trying to understand it, particularly as it's changed a few times since it was brought forward. So I actually had a question, and this is for the chief and for Nora, I'm guessing, which is the ordinance states that the city can impound guns for non-compliance of the gun insurance or the gun harm reduction fees. So currently, what's the extent the law allows for impounding firearms for civil violations? And then what are the guardrails, particularly against other civil violations? What are the guardrails around this policy around that?
Council member, from my end, I want to point out that it says to the extent allowed by law. And right now that's fairly limited in terms of a civil violation like this. There penalties would be available and some other things. But as the mayor referenced, apparently there's some legislation that might potentially allow that. And then oftentimes the insurance information would be requested as part of a domestic violence call, potentially a gun violence restraining order, and some unrelated impoundment, an impoundment unrelated to this ordinance. But for right now, it is written to the extent allowed by law. And for a violation of this ordinance only, that's undoubtedly extremely limited.
And if I could just add, there's currently a penal code provision that allows us in the case of domestic violence response.
Right.
And so we have members of the Senate and Assembly that are very interested and have drafted legislation to encourage other municipalities to do things like this that would make a violation of a local municipal ordinance a basis for doing so when there's evidence of violence or assertions of violence.
Okay, thank you. And this came up last time, Mayor, and so it was part of what would come back. And so I wanted to bring it up just to get some clarity. So I am supportive of expanding education around gun violence restraining orders, but I'm still concerned with broadening the authority of searches of a subject's residence to ensure compliance. And so I just wanted to specifically ask what broadened authority for warrantless searches this proposal is looking to grant.
None.
Okay.
We are bound by the Fourth Amendment.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you, because that was left over from last time and it wasn't clear. And so I just wanted to make it clear. So I had a question on the low income exception. I do have low income residents that are very law abiding, responsible gun owners. In fact, many of them are seniors. And so they're on fixed incomes. And like I said, they're law abiding gun owners. And this was a question I had asked last time about the low income waiver. So I looked at the California Government Code 68632 A and B, and a lot of those programs are based on federal poverty rates or other assessments such as asset value, who is in the household and other things. And so, so I'm not sure other, who could answer these questions, but if you pull
Yeah,
up
could I
that
make a
list.
suggestion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what I hear what you're saying, which is, hey, that may be too narrow. And I think that would be a good topic for us to discuss when we have the hearing to discuss the regulations and the formation of this nonprofit. Clearly, that is an important question, but I think we both admit it's a bit in the weeds about how exactly we define. who's
It's not
low
in the
income.
weeds because it's part of the communication for a lot of people. So what's in that code is Medi-Cal, it's CalFresh for a family of 3. It's who can say what the 125% of the federal poverty level is for a family of 3. Those have all very different requirements, and they're much lower than, for example, the area median income, which is a lot of what we use for certain things. So if that can be clarified and brought back to us as part of that, I'm okay with that. But it is not in the weeds, Mayor, because what we could be doing is creating another system of haves and have-nots, where this becomes such a complicated system to explain to a low-income senior gun owner, and they could not fill it out because it's confusing. I mean, it was confusing when I read it, right? And we have to be able to explain it to folks. And so I'm going to ask that this be included in when it comes back to us, because it needs to be clear, it needs to be easy to understand and easy to follow, right? Because that's what we want people to do.
I agree.
Thank you. And then, so I know that this proposal has a lot of tools and it's taken a lot to get us to this point. A lot of work has gone into getting to this point. I did want to see more of a community engagement process and a plan for educating gun owners as part of it, because we don't want to do this whole gotcha thing, right? We want people to comply. And so as part of the timeline and work plan that comes back to us, will that also include a community engagement and communications plan, an outreach plan, essentially?
Sorry, took me a minute to unmute. Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay.
It has to be a component, just like any ordinance that we put into place. That has to be an essential component.
Okay, and would that community outreach and engagement include, I'm not a gun owner. I have many gun owners in my family and definitely in my district. And so I'm probably not the person that can give meaningful feedback on outreach and education. So I would request that community engagement or that community outreach process be early enough in the timeline so that we could get meaningful feedback on how best to reach out and do this work. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mahan?
Thanks, Mayor. I, really want to express my gratitude to everyone who called in this evening. I felt like public comment was very, for the most part, very respectful and substantive, despite how divisive this issue can be in our country. I also really appreciate my colleagues' thoughtful questions and comments this evening. This has been a great discussion with a lot of really excellent questions, answering most of the ones that I have. And I want to acknowledge that some of my colleagues, particularly the mayor, has been very deeply engaged in these issues for a long time and have worked very hard to try to find tools, to try to find ways to reduce gun-related harm and the broader societal costs. And I think we can all agree that injury and death and other harm involving guns, whether intentional or unintentional, is a serious issue in our country and something that deserves serious policy responses. And as a parent, I'll say that particular statistic about the firearm-related fatalities as now I think the second leading cause of child and adolescent death is something that is especially concerning. So personally, I see a real logic to the proposed insurance requirement as a mechanism, less about all the cases that are covered and all the money that is recouped. I think it's limited there, as some of my colleagues' questions helped elucidate, but really as a mechanism for incentivizing good practices, best practices. And we've already talked, I won't belabor this point too much because we've talked about risk adjusted premiums, and while the car analogy may not be perfect, I think it's a pretty appropriate one just from the perspective of incentives, incentivizing certain behaviors, the adoption of certain technologies. And I actually, appreciated that one of our speakers pointed out that your home insurance premium can adjust for owning a pool or a trampoline as well. And I think there is a logic to that. And I think the good news for the many gun owners in my district and across the city who have reached out with real concern is that you likely, this is not true for everyone, but you likely have general liability through an existing insurance policy, which really reduces how onerous this is for most people. When we first discussed this, I had written in collaboration with Councilmember Davis a proposal for a responsible gun owner exemption. The hope was that we could waive the insurance and or the fee if a certain standard of safety was met. And while the city attorney ultimately didn't choose to recommend that kind of exemption, wasn't able to find enough consistent standards to make that recommendation, I actually think that the insurance component of this, given that most people already have general liability coverage, gets us close to that, in the sense that most gun owners will have the insurance and will be able to avoid an escalation of their premiums if they continue to demonstrate that they're adhering to best practices, from safes and trainings and child safety locks to other technology that may emerge. So I think as a tool for shifting incentives, I think there's a lot of logic there. I also want to note that I really, I appreciated the thoughtful direction and questions laid out in Councilmember Peralta's memo. Understood and appreciated Councilmember Arenas' commentary. I thought that was elucidating. And the mayor's proposed modifications to Councilmember Davis's memo also made sense to me. And I think the interest in expanding the use of gun violence restraining orders, looking at additional funds we can use for gun buyback programs and better education, and especially the focus on eliminating and prosecuting ghost guns makes a ton of sense to me. And then I also, just in terms of the list of things that resonate with me, I want to just also express my appreciation to Councilmember Esparza for the many very thoughtful questions, some of which I had on my list, that she had more. And I think she had a friendly amendment or two that I appreciated. Truthfully, where I'm really still struggling is with the gun harm reduction fee. And many of the challenges have been raised, the ability to collect it, the legal challenges to it, the role of the nonprofit, and especially its likely impact and the role of oversight, other funders and nonprofits in the space and how they interact, and maybe just the more philosophic challenge that, these kinds of fees are typically paid by a customer who's asking for, or at least wants the service provided. And at least in my interaction with many constituents in District 10, that's just not been the sentiment that I have been hearing. And I say all of that also in the context of feeling really strongly, as I'm out listening to residents, that our city government's taking on a lot of issues. I think many would say too many issues, and struggling to move the needle on some of the most important ones that our residents really want to see us focus in on. I just feel that this fee and the operation of the nonprofits that are funded by it is going to become another source of status reports and study sessions and discussion and debate, and a lot of mind share on the council alongside everything else that we're trying to get done. And then, of course, the litigation piece. And while we have a pro bono firm, we know there's still potential costs on staff time and potential legal costs in the long run. And so what I'd like to do, I'm not going to belabor this with a lot of additional questions. I think we've had a really robust debate. I'd like to try to allow us to move forward in basically two parts or two steps. And I'll offer a substitute motion that moves forward everything I've just outlined above that I think makes sense here, which is essentially everything but the gun harm reduction fee. And I want to leave that and the associated provisions and recommendations for anyone else on the council to move in a subsequent motion. I'm not, this is not a, fancy procedural move or any, there's no trick here. I think that these are substantively very different mechanisms. I find one much more compelling than the other. And I think I would personally like the opportunity to vote on them separately. So I will offer a substitute motion that, again, and I can clarify specifically if it's necessary, everything that was outlined, everything on the table, with the exception of the provisions of the ordinance, including the gun harm reduction fee and the associated provisions. And then, again, my understanding is that will still be, however that vote goes, that will still be on the table for others to decide if they want to move forward. Is that, Mayor, maybe I can ask you if that's sufficiently clear.
Yes, if you'd like to make a substitute motion, then we'd ask for a second. So
Second.
Okay. So Councilmember Mahan's made a substitute motion, which is moving forward with the insurance requirement.
And all of the other, thank you, Mayor, and all of the other recommendations that have been moved as part of your supplemental memo and the rest of the discussion this evening with the carve out of the gun reduction fee.
Okay, so everything but the fee.
Correct.
Okay. So that's the substitute motion. Councilmember Pross?
Yeah, to make it easy, I'm happy to just bifurcate the vote if we don't want to substitute, but I think that might resolve that as well.
Looks like we just did that.
But I'm just, rather than a substitute, I'm just saying that we can bifurcate the vote if
Yeah,
that's
Councilor Mahan, would you prefer just to have bifurcate?
I'm amenable to that.
Okay.
As am I.
Okay. Councilor Pross?
And yeah. So I guess maybe we'll ask the seconder if she's fine with that first, and then I did have another comment.
Yeah, Councilmember Cross, are you okay with the bifurcation? Or is Councilmember Cross?
Sure.
Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you. So actually, in regards to what Councilmember Esparza was saying, I wanted to ensure that that it was the case that we did have that look at the hardship exemption language. And actually, I have an example of it in regards to the pavement maintenance, where we looked at doubling the federal poverty limits, because we recognized that the federal statistics are not a good match for us here in San Jose in the Bay Area. So I think we have an example of something we've done here, but I just wanted to make sure that was included in the motion as well.
Okay, so I think Jennifer already indicated that would be part of what would be considered. Is that right, Jennifer? And brought back?
Yes.
Okay. Is that satisfactory for you, Councilmember?
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Then it doesn't have to be included.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Crosco.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank you, Mayor, for your leadership on this. And I want to thank staff, of course, Nora, for all of your work, and all the folks that have come out to speak on this issue. It's not an easy issue to tackle, as we're seeing, as we're fast approaching the midnight hour. I'm hoping that we're going to be wrapping this up relatively soon. I have to go pick up my son from a late night date.
Isn't it great that the whole city of San Jose now knows that your son's out on a date?
I hope he's not hearing me, although I don't think he's listening to his mother right now. But you know, in fact, I bring this up because, you know, as my son is starting to venture away from his mother, I worry about him. I worry about his safety, and I worry about the young lady that he's out with, and I worry about my young girls at home, just as many of you who are raising still your children are very concerned. And this is just one of many things that keep me up at night. And I've spoken very publicly during these last 7 years that there's been at least 2 different occasions where I've had to shout down the hallway to my own children to hit the floor because there's been drive-by shootings. You know, it's not a pity potty story. This is what my neighbors are dealing with. And I don't believe that any of the folks that called in today are doing anything illegal with their guns. I truly believe, as they've testified, that they're law-abiding citizens. But I also do recognize that we have a very serious issue that's happening not just in San Jose or in the Bay Area or in California, but across the country. And some measures need to be put in place that reinforce to everybody, everyone, to children, to women, to families, to that mother that stays up late at night, to those who choose to violate the law, to those who are contemplating the purchase of a gun, that we are going to take this matter very seriously, and we're going to do everything that we can to keep our families safe. And so there's a couple of comments that were made that they're not the first time that I hear them. And I know that sometimes we say things out of emotion and out of frustration, but I feel compelled to just address them. Somebody said, you know, this is unconstitutional. Well, it's not a tax; it's a fee. And someone said, you know, you can go ahead and charge an insurance for what was it, for a car insurance because driving is a privilege, but owning a gun is my God-given right. And I haven't read it in the Bible or in the Quran, or I haven't heard it in a church sermon. I never heard it in Sunday school, and my children who were raised for a few years in Catholic school, they never came back and told me about that. So I don't know what that means. It's their God-given right. I think it's my children's God-given right to feel safe and to walk down the street and not feel threatened that something might happen to them or to their mother. I think that's our God-given right. So somebody, you know, there was a few folks that complained about insurance, and I understand it can be a burden. It's $25. I did the math. It's 4 lattes. If you go fancy, you know, but we pay insurance for everything. And a few folks talked about what that insurance was like, but we pay insurance for boats, for cars, dental insurance, health insurance, vision. We have to pay insurance for a lot of different products that we own, and we pay it willfully and with a smile on our face, knowing that we're protected, or that our products or those things that we purchase that we want to protect will be taken care of. Why wouldn't we want to pay for something that could potentially maim someone or kill someone? So I'm not going to get into much of anything else other than I'm grateful for the conversation that's taken place. I think there's a lot of details still that need to be sorted out for sure. And I appreciate Councilmember Arenas bringing a few of those details up, and Councilmember Esparza. I will say also the following. I've had family members that have also lost their lives because of gun violence, and it's a different feeling when someone is stolen from you in such a violent way. Very different than when you lose someone to disease, illness, old age. When you see them, when you see a loved one lose a battle to cancer, heart disease, et cetera, et cetera. When someone loses their life so senselessly to violence, it's a very difficult experience to heal from, and one that you hope families don't have to heal from. And when the Gilroy shooting took place, those 2 children lived in my district. I had no idea that Councilmember Esparza's young relative, this was before she came on council, that this was her very young relative. And it was just a heartbreaking experience. And then what we experienced just last year, I mean, we just saw it from a distance. We didn't know those individuals, yet it tore our city apart. Those of us who served on the board at VTA, we were left speechless. We didn't know how to comfort those families. We're still dealing with it. We didn't know how to comfort our employees. We're still dealing with it. The ramifications run wide and deep, and they're long lasting. It will be a very, very long time before VTA recovers. It'll be a very long time before the city recovers from something like so tragic as that. And again, I don't compare, it's not a comparison between those who are mentally ill or criminally inclined and those individuals who called in today. But to be able to put measures in place that at least reinforces that we are making an effort to try and curb the reckless abandon that we're seeing in some cases. I think $25 is worth that effort. And having this dialogue is most definitely worth that effort. So I'm happy to endorse your leadership in this, Mayor, and happy to be a co-author in this, especially as my children, I hope will stay in the city of San Jose. You never know where this young lady's gonna take my son. But I do hope that they will stay here in San Jose, and I hope that they will stay in a safe city, one way or the other. And I hope that this measure will be part of that. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everyone for the discussion tonight, all the members of the public who came out, as well as my colleagues. It's been a very good discussion. I also want to thank the mayor, the city manager's office, and the city attorney's office for all the work that they've put in on this proposal. I do have one thing before I get into my comments. Mayor, I think you mentioned Dave Truslow and said that he was a local leader of the NRA, and I met with him, and he specifically told me that he is not a local NRA leader and that he has tried to make that clear to you and your staff. So he's a range safety officer, and in fact, he was my firearms instructor many years ago when I took a basic pistol safety course. That being said, that course actually made it even more clear than I thought I knew about how dangerous guns can be. And of course, as we all know, they're at times lethal. We've heard so eloquently tonight from members of the public and other council members about how precious every life is and how tragic the loss of life from guns is and how long lasting those effects are, as Councilmember Carrasco spoke about so eloquently. And we absolutely need to take action to reduce gun violence. My concern is that the policies that we put in place are not always effective at what we intend them to do. And like my colleagues, I'm a policymaker who supports good policy and wants to use it to address a problem. And I appreciate the discussion tonight. My memo listed recommendations that do address the problem of gun harm, and I want to thank the mayor for including some of those recommendations, even though he wrote 4 pages of rebuttal to my ideas first, and then turned around and included them. I do want to mention that I agree with one point of your rebuttal, Mayor. We don't want to replicate Oakland's level of violent crime, and I'm sorry if I somehow inadvertently didn't make that clear in my original memo. And I do think that we need to reinvigorate the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force. The task force staff has done an outstanding job in our city, and that's why I want to make sure we are giving it the attention and funding it needs to help us become the safest big city in America again. I've heard a couple of people talk about that tonight as well. I understand that some of the subcommittees, such as the policy committee, have not addressed potential gun violence reduction policy lately. I completely understand that a lot of the work was put on the back burner due to COVID-related work, such as food distribution, which PRNS has done an outstanding job taking on that county responsibility during the pandemic. And now that we're stabilizing the COVID response, and hopefully, as we discussed earlier today, if anyone remembers about 6 or 7 hours ago, about changing that responsibility back, turning that responsibility back to the county, I think it's time for us to reinvigorate, reinvent, rejuvenate, reinstate, and recommit our support for gang prevention policy to address gun violence in this established format. I would also encourage the interagency committee to reconvene its meetings in order to allow and encourage interagency dialogue. And there's been a couple of mentions about the need for different agencies to take action and for us to be coordinated on that. I think the mayor needs to be 100% committed to the task force and personally direct these meetings. That's why it's called the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force. And ultimately, the responsibility for the success of that task force belongs to the mayor. One of your critiques of my memo, Mayor, was that I didn't enumerate the lack of key details. But I think my colleagues have been pretty clear tonight about how many key details and unknowns about this ordinance and how it will work actually exist. And in particular, I want to thank Councilmember Esparza for her inquiries tonight. That is why I listened so long before I raised my hand, and I actually still have some outstanding questions. My first question is about the requirement for liability insurance. The language in 10.32.210 says, in part, the requirement is specifically covering losses or damages resulting from any negligent or accidental use. I spoke with 2 insurance agents, including my own, from different companies, and neither of them said that negligent use is specifically covered in their policies. So they both indicated that unintentional acts would likely be covered, but it's a case-by-case basis. And I think Councilmember Esparza was pretty thorough on that line of questioning. But I'm still not certain how we can require a specific type of insurance that does not exist. And I'd like to ask the city attorney, if you're saying negligent or accidental use, are we requiring the policy to have both negligent and accidental coverage? Is that how the ordinance would be construed?
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Liability insurance is typically for acts that would be considered negligent if you as a gun owner were sued for some incident that occurred. And so that's why that word is in there. It wasn't necessarily to take the exact language out of an insurance policy, but to cover that type of claim.
So again, the 2 insurance agents that I talked to said that they would not cover a negligent claim. They would only cover accidental.
Yeah, if I could just offer, as I mentioned, we had outreach with 16 insurance companies. We, to my knowledge, uniformly heard coverage for negligent acts. If you don't have coverage for negligent acts, I'm not sure what the point is of having insurance. In other words, I don't think any of us would buy auto insurance if we weren't both required to, and if it didn't cover negligence, there'd be no point in having it.
My understanding is that a negligent act could even be a criminal act. And so if you used your car to intentionally ram into somebody, your insurance would not cover that.
Yeah, that's not a negligent act, that's an intentional act, and that would not be covered by any insurance.
Thank you. My insurance agent specifically used that example and said that negligent acts are not covered.
Yeah,
So,
well, I don't think your insurance agent is correct. And we'd be happy to show the notes from our
and the
discussions.
second insurance agent that I talked to actually went to their legal team and confirmed that. So that's fine. That's an outstanding question that is apparently not going to be answered. My second question is about impoundment, and I think we've already discussed this, but I think this is to the city attorney. What is the current extent allowed by law for a firearm of a person that is not in compliance with this ordinance to be impounded by the police department?
And thank you for the question. Right now, it would be our understanding that impoundment is not allowed under the law, absent some other reason for the impoundment.
Okay, thank you. And my third question remains about the nonprofit. Although I understand this is bifurcated, and I do want to thank Councilmember Peralta for attempting to address some of these issues through your memo. I have a fourth question, which is, will the Office of Racial Equity be involved in crafting the outreach strategy, and were they involved in crafting any of this ordinance?
They were not involved in creating the ordinance, to my knowledge. And, we'll think about this outreach strategy. And of course, equity issues will be at the forefront, how much the city does versus this nonprofit that we're talking about. We will sort that out. But yes, equity needs to be part of the process, the outreach process.
Thank you. And finally, and most importantly, since I'm running out of time, I believe that what we have before us this evening is unconstitutional. And even though we have pro bono services to fight this in court, the city can still be on the hook for legal fees and potentially damages if the courts rule this unconstitutional, and that could be very costly. And as Councilmember Mahan mentioned, very time consuming for our city staff and take away from more important issues. In short, as I said, I believe this ordinance is unconstitutional and will not be effective at reducing gun harm. Therefore, I will not be voting for it, either part of the bifurcated motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear about the record, David Truslow represented Christina Glomero of my office. He was a chapter president of the NRA. I don't know where that's true. I didn't talk to David, but that's the representation. And the interagency committee meetings are in fact happening monthly, and we're having the policy meeting in just a couple of days, as it is on schedule and continuing to meet. And the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force, and appreciate the characterization, but the rebuttal I wrote was not to Councilman Davis's ideas. In fact, many of the ideas and proposals were already adopted by this council back in June of last year. So adopting them as a substitute wouldn't exactly be moving the ball forward. The council had already adopted many of those ideas. My rebuttal was to the factual inaccuracies, which I've just described, or at least a couple of which I just mentioned. Councilmember Aranis?
Thank you. So I want to get the motion clear because I'm not sure how this is going to play out. I don't know how one can separate from the other. So can you all take me down this road so I can understand what we're voting on exactly?
I could try to describe that. I'll take a stab at it.
Thank you.
From the requested bifurcation from Councilmember Mahan, my understanding is he simply wanted to remove the registration fee item as a separate vote. Everything else would be included in another vote, which I would recommend.
Yeah, sorry, I to interrupt you. I understand that
Okay.
piece, but so what item in what memo is that specifically? So is that the January 24th or the 21st? Like what, if you can point to an item on a memo. So
I think that will be hard to do. I think because the ordinance itself is all one ordinance. So I think everything relating to insurance is what we'd be voting on first.
And Mayor, if it's helpful,
yeah.
Sorry, if it's helpful, there are 3 sections in the ordinance that I believe are kind of somewhat self-contained. I can read the numbers if that's helpful.
Perfect.
I'm not sure. I agree it is kind of all they're intertwined, but specifically in the ordinance, 10.32.215 begins the section on annual gun harm reduction fee.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 8 of the ordinance.
Okay.
And then the subsequent section is 10.32.220. And then the exceptions and comply, those are the 2, because the rest here, at least those are the 2 primary sections of the ordinance, because the rest can apply equally to insurance or a fee. And since the insurance and the fee are essentially separate requirements, that's proposing that we vote on them separately.
Got it. So we would be requiring insurance, and you'd like to separate that insurance from the fee.
Right, they're two different requirements as I understand.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it. Listen, I'm as progressive as they come. And one of the things that I'm struggling with today is that when we think about gender-based violence, an insurance policy that is being proposed today is not necessarily what would have saved my friend, what would have saved many women who are in these very vulnerable positions. When we have joint meetings with the county, we hear about the type of services and the type of training that our advocates and our police department and folks who participate in the process of referrals, and that makes a huge difference. And that's what our police department has been working towards and making lots of strides. And that's part of, for me, working on solutions that our advocates and our stakeholders have already identified. So for me, this misses the mark a little bit. Oh, and I don't know why that, I think there's an echo. So I apologize that I don't know what that is. So I'm having a hard time. Together, I can support it. It seems like once we start separating it, I have a hard time swallowing the whole pill here. But that is just my quandary here. This my difficult position to be in. I already said this before. I'd like to see direct alignment with what agencies and stakeholders are already doing versus duplicating a whole system that will be difficult to hold accountability, not because those agencies are hard to that are not accountable, but simply because of the bureaucracy. And so I'm gonna end my comments here and allow my colleagues to continue. I'm just struggling with this vote.
Councilman Reigns, could I probe just a bit further to see?
Sure, sure, absolutely.
You heard Esther Peralta-Speakman, of course, advocate for this, and I think you know she's been engaged in leading this effort to create this nonprofit foundation. Would it be helpful to have her and other leaders who are obviously foremost experts in gender-based violence be able to come when we have this discussion with the city manager about everything relating to the regulations, certainly the poverty thresholds, for example, all those discussions, to ensure that Esther herself and perhaps some other leaders that you may well help us identify could come to ensure that there is none of that duplication. I'm pretty confident. The reason why they support this is because it is a pretty lean model. This is a foundation that is simply going to distribute dollars directly to nonprofits that are delivering the services. I don't expect there's going to be new providers. I expect it's probably going to be an existing constellation, I would assume, of the folks who are already doing the work. And this is simply an additional source of funding for their critical work. But really, the answer to that really should come from those who are involved in launching this.
I agree with you, and that's why it was really important for me to have that joint study session with the County Board of Supervisors. You know, I would love to say that we are providers of many human services, but we're not. I know I think we've made some great shifts in focusing on children and families as of late, and really putting our budget, aligning our budget that way. And I'm really proud of what we've done. But there's systems already in place that are working towards these solutions. And so, for me, it would be useful if we could have this joint study session. Have, of course, Esther, because I absolutely highly respect her. I think she's been in this field for a really long time, and I would rely on her guidance. I think there's also value in seeing what is being done strategically, and I think the Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention has been doing quite a bit of that in their grants. And so they're well established in research. They're trying to make sure that we have the same framework, that we're all working together. So I'd encourage you, and I will send this to all of you. This is the oh gosh, what was it called? The Victim Rights Advocacy Project, and it's the summary of findings and recommendations, and I'll send it all to you. But part of one of the recommendations is that we all need to fall into a similar framework, and so that we align our programs so that we are accountable in the same way, and that when we say gender-based violence, we all understand what that means, and that it's inclusive, and that has this intersectionality of human trafficking, sexual assault, and intimate partner violence. And so I don't want to break away from what is already being done at a greater scale. And so whatever we can add, Mayor, I would really like to see how we could align this and be more strategic about our efforts.
Yeah, now you mentioned the county. Certainly it makes sense to have the folks in the county who are responsible for that work at the county join us as well. Certainly we could invite them. I think we have challenges having these joint meetings, but there's no reason why a lead county official, there's no reason why a county official could not come. I'm guessing they would. They've been cooperative with us on this. We've been talking to James Williams and others at the county about this effort, and so they're certainly aware. And to my knowledge, they've been generally supportive of what we're trying to do, because I think they recognize certainly the services that they put out there are all important, but what we know about all these services is they're underfunded, and an opportunity to be able to invest more. I think most advocates would say yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just seen our joint meetings so fruitful. and our efforts aligned and strategic. And we've done that with our digital inclusion efforts. We've done that with our childcare. We've done that with gender-based violence. And so I think we just need to continue to have that level of partnership, because they have bigger funds than we do, and they can continue to uphold some of these programs.
Thank you. Councilmember Swanson?
Mayor, just two quick things. One is I did wanted to follow up on the conversation around insurance and accidental versus negligent. We ran into that same thing too when we called insurance companies, that they would not cover a lot of things. And the way it was described to us is having like an open fire pit in your backyard, and if that sparked something that burned your house down, they wouldn't pay. So this is, I mean, a rabbit hole that we could go down, but I just wanted to touch on that. And I know that you've had many conversations around that, but it's actually not that cut and dry, but that'll be dealt with later. The second thing I wanted to bring up was actually one of the points that I had raised earlier. And I wanted to thank Council Members Mann and Peralta for bifurcating the motion, because I think we all have had a lot of questions today. But but my concern about the fee and providing services is that we would be restricted to providing services to gun owners. And a lot of, hence the questions and the back and forth, Councilmember Davis's questions about accidental and negligent and all that. They may not pay, right? They may not pay in a lot of situations. And I'll tell you, I don't think this would do very much for gun violence in District 7. I think communities that have lived with violence for a very long time would be left out of a lot of the programs and services that were being offered. And, I do want to thank my colleagues and the mayor for adding money to the best management and oversight so that we could build a more robust program to serve neighborhoods that have been hit really hard by gangs. Where I live, I hear gunfire too. I hear it. I get it. I have communities that have had neighborhood meetings and crisis response meetings during the pandemic when we've had homicides and some really, really heartbreaking shootings. And this policy wouldn't provide them additional services. And so it creates this, it could create this unintended consequence of this sort of two-tier system. And so my question is really for the city manager, as we've added to the best management and oversight, as the work on equity continues to grow, and we look at the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force contracts and things like that, Project Hope moving forward, how can we similarly invest in neighborhoods that live with gun violence that are not covered by necessarily by ideas such as the mayor's innovative ideas today? It's still our overall goal. I think the ghost guns really, I'm hoping that we as a country can make some headway into that. But how can we as a city be intentional about the violence prevention services and the support services in neighborhoods that would not benefit from the harm reduction from an insurance policy?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I don't have the exact answer for you, council member, but I think if we do take more of an equity approach in how we're delivering our services to those programs you're describing, the Project Hope, the BEST, and the Gang Prevention Task Force and what have you, that would be a huge start. And I'm not, I'm not into the details of those programs right now, but I know we have tried to put Project Hope in the areas where, obviously the zip codes where we're having more violence in certain areas, and we're trying to empower our communities. But I think a big start would be really putting an equity lens on that. How are we dividing those resources? You know, San Jose Best has a lot of money, as you know, and the council's approved more for that. And how we're investing that would be, you know, up to the group to really challenge themselves on some of those questions you're asking.
Okay, thank you. And I know, you know, the mayor has supported that. He supported the increase in the management and oversight and best. I know he's trying to do the right thing by searching for answers on this. I just think that, you know, I have homes in my district where there are like 50 to 60 rounds fired back and forth. That's not covered by this insurance. And we need to continue to look for ways to invest in communities that live in these types of circumstances so that there is some balance and some equity in the services that we offer as a city. And so I know my colleagues have supported that in the past, and I'll continue to push on that because I do think it's part of the equity work that we do as a city to ensure that children, right, where we talk about zip code doesn't, your zip code doesn't indicate your lifespan, that it doesn't indicate your quality of life, that we have to get to that point as a city. And so anyway, I'll be pushing on that more, and I look to the city for coming with some more ideas on how to similarly invest in neighborhoods that are hit really hard. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just a couple issues of clarification. One is I would be the first to concede criminal negligence would not be covered by any insurance act. That's any insurance. That's criminal. I think, Nora, I assume you agree with that. If it's a criminal act, of course, it would not be covered. Is that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And I assume there are probably also exclusions for extreme recklessness as well. There's a level of a lack of care well beyond negligence. So I'm guessing some of the examples, you know, if you're having a shooting party in your small backyard, that's probably a level of recklessness that folks aren't just going to cover as insurance companies.
That may depend on your policy, but
yeah, okay.
Yes.
I just want to explain. I think there are clearly gradations, but you know, there's a difference between negligence, recklessness, and criminal negligence. I just want to. I assume you've encountered those differences. Is that fair to say, Nora?
Sure. And
okay.
And if you're sued for something that occurred, you're sued for negligence, and you would go to your insurance company and you would say, I'm being sued, and that's the kind of liability that they would cover, but it may not be specifically called negligence in a policy.
Okay. Thank you, Nora. Just with regard to who exactly is served, I just want to clarify. I know Councilmember Esparza may not have intended to describe it this narrowly, but it's not just gun owners that would be served by these services. It would be anyone living in the household and those who are in intimate relationships with gun owners, if this were approved. And so the point of all that is very straightforward. Peralta yesterday recited data showing that if you are a domestic violence survivor, you're 5 times less likely to be a survivor if there was a gun in the home at the time the domestic violence happened. Yeah, we've got certainly many studies recited in the ordinance itself and the findings, demonstrating, for example, there's twice as great a likelihood of suffering death by homicide and 3 times as likely as suffering death by suicide, according to one study. Another study recently from Stanford in 2020 put the suicide risk much, much greater, all depending on whether or not there's a gun in the household. So if you're trying to address gun harm and gun harm risk, the idea is to deliver those services to those who have access to the gun. And we think about even the worst, most heinous criminal acts. We think about the horrible shooting at BTA and so forth. I don't pretend to know that we could have stopped it or not. But if in fact we could have delivered some mental health services, there may have been a chance. I don't know. We can't know. We can't possibly know. But the point is the harm is overwhelmingly, and the risk of harm is overwhelmingly originating where the gun is owned, and that's where the services should go. And that is also obviously, as was described earlier, important for us to ensure we be legally compliant under Prop 26. But there's an awful lot of evidence basis for ensuring that services get delivered in that way. And so that's why this is the direction we propose. Councilmember Peralta.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I would echo the comments that you've heard from several of our colleagues tonight. I think this has been a good conversation and dialogue on what is obviously a very important and controversial issue. And as you know, Mayor, as part of your Brown Act, I think I did have the opportunity to engage with you over the course of the last month or so, and we had a number of these conversations in regards to the the concerns and questions that were raised tonight. And I think overall my opinion has been consistent in regards to I'm really comfortable moving forward, quite frankly, with anything if we can really justify that it's going to help us reduce gun violence. And I don't think it's and I don't think this is some sort of burden to have a $25 fee or even the insurance requirement. But I do think that we need to be able to justify the benefits of that. And I think we've heard a lot of that from our colleagues tonight in regards to some of the comments that were mentioned. And what Councilmember Esparza just mentioned, actually, in regards to unintentional consequences. That's actually one of the things I heard as well from experts last year. And that's why I asked for this study session and the more comprehensive analysis back in September last year, so that we would know whatever we do, whatever fees or new policies, whatever we put in place, that it's actually going to help reduce gun violence. And so I'm happy that hopefully we can get support on that tonight. In regards to the bifurcated motion, I would agree with Councilman Arenas about how both of these actions really should move together. I actually think that there is more of a likelihood to help reduce gun violence with the fee and the nonprofit. Again, a lot of question marks still there, but if successful, I think there's a lot more higher likelihood that we can help reduce gun violence there versus with just the insurance policy as a standalone. I think if we're truly going to make any significant difference in reducing gun violence, we're going to need more resources, and the insurance policy alone doesn't do that. And whether it's investing in pre-existing organizations or programs or new ones, I will add, I think that there aren't enough organizations, especially when it comes to addressing suicide. And so either way, there would need to be additional resources. So I would agree with Councilmember Arenas, and I would hope that my colleagues are willing to support the entirety of the direction. I think merely was attempting to find a path to move forward without a substitute motion. But if that would help, Councilmember Arenas, I think happy to hear your input on that, and we can go back to Councilmember Mahan's original intent of a separate motion. And then lastly, I'll just say that I agree with Councilmember Esparza in regards to ensuring that we are equitable, because there may be a number of neighborhoods or families that are not going to pay into this fee and then may not be able to directly benefit from the services, potentially indirectly, as the mayor pointed out, but not directly if they're not in association, a direct association somehow to be able to qualify for the services. And so I do think that we need to be cognizant of that. And if we need to invest into those neighborhoods or those families through other means, like whether it's through the Mayor's Game Prevention Task Force and how we already have identified a lot of these hotspot areas and a number of them existing in District 7, as Councilmember Esparza has pointed out, and in my district as well. And then we need to do that. And we can't simply just be satisfied that we've created this new fee or new insurance program and that is going to be all that we need. I think that's likely understood by everybody here, but just wanted to make that clear. That's it, Mayor. Thanks.
Councilor Peralta, it is your motion. And so right now it's bifurcated. Your choice is what you'd like to do.
I'm comfortable with leaving it as that. I was merely recommending to Councilmember Arenas if she would prefer, because I would, I'm going to be voting for both. And if she's saying that, you know, she would prefer that to be the case, I'm happy going back to that. I'm comfortable either way.
Okay, Councilmember Arenas?
Yeah, I would like to have it complete, but I understand that I want this to be successful, so I'm not sure how this is going to look in terms of votes. I don't want to compromise the entirety of it. I'm not getting a sense of where this is going in terms of my colleagues, because we've all had some differing questions and directions. So, you know, I'm going to leave it as is. I won't ask you to go back to your original, although I think if I did, there would be a substitute. So I'll just leave it as is, Councilmember.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how it'll end up either, but I'm confident that whichever way we go, I think we end up in the same place, because I think we'll have the same opportunities to vote for or against each of these provisions. So why don't we go ahead and vote? It's bifurcated. We'll take the insurance item first. Nora?
Mayor, thank you. Just a couple clarifications. I believe that the gun harm reduction fee, the provisions that were pointed out were 1032.215, 1032.220. And just so that Tony and I don't lose our minds later when we're trying to put this together, I think 1032.230 compliance B relates to fee provisions also. So I think that probably ought to be included with the fee. And then the other thing I need to point out is that under the exceptions, the government code is specified in the ordinance. And so if the council wants a change to that and wants it to be a measure that the city manager brings forward as part of the regulations, we can change that also.
Okay. All right, thank you, Nora. Councilmember Peralta.
Yeah, I mean, Nora brought it up, and look, I think to make it easier, and that's what I was trying to do in the initial bifurcation, because there are other sections that are in relation to the nonprofit or the fee. Right, right below the one you just mentioned, Nora, is 10.32.235 A2. You know, you can look up at the top at the title. There's a lot, right, that within this ordinance. If we're going to be specific, I think the idea would be just striking everything in relation to the gun harm reduction fee. So
that's fine.
The good news is we may not have to, and it'll come back for a second read either way. So I think one way or another, we're going to make sure we get this right. Okay. All right. Let's vote then first on the insurance requirement. Tony?
Menace,
Yes.
Peralta,
yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
No.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Licardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Then we'll vote on all the other stuff that's not insurance fees and everything else. Is that right?
Actually, Mayor, the bifurcation was to simply separate out the fees separately.
Okay,
I believe
I'm
we
sorry.
voted on everything already.
Got it. Okay.
That
So
was everyone's
only the
understanding.
fees, only the fees and anything related directly to the fees is what we have now to vote on.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions about that? Thank you for correcting me, Councilmember Mahan. All right, let's vote on that.
Menace,
Yes.
Peralta,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
No.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
No.
Mahan,
No.
Jones,
Aye.
Licardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that concludes our work. Are there any other items to resolve here, Nora, before we go to open forum?
There are not, no.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's then go to open forum.
Okay, before I call on names, I want to remind people that this is for items on the agenda. This is not to talk about the gun issue. Tessa Woodmansey.
I'm sorry, Tony, you may want to clarify, it's for items not on the agenda, correct?
Right, items not on the agenda. So
Okay.
no, if somebody starts talking on the gun item, I will just mute you and move on to the next person. We're talking about items not on the agenda. Tessa Woodmansey. Tessa? Okay, I'm going to move on to Raymond Kim.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, okay, my name is Dr. Raymond Kim. I am the founder of Asian American Gun Owners of California. Oh, I think you guys have, you guys are making policy based on, fantasy. So the academic research.
Okay,
Now,
Mr. Kim, I already said that this is for items not on the agenda. Do you have anything to talk about that's not the gun issue?
Oh yeah, I'm talking about research. The academic research shows the two ways to reduce violence is more police and more concealed carry permits. If you guys want, I can forward you research so that you can look at this issue more carefully. Thank you very much.
Paul Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I ain't talking about that issue, Tony, but I am going to talk about the 4 bullets that I took. And within the context of this conversation, I wasn't acknowledged for that. That's the same thing as you guys talking about rape, but I'm a victim of rape and you never acknowledge it. It's making me like I don't even know what kind of a city that I live in, but I live in it and I will continue to defend it. 4 bullets by Councilman Ordinance when she was on the phone. She heard them. So nobody has anything to teach me about gun violence. And I will never put my hand on a gun. The reason why? Because it is a doorway to the afterlife. I never, ever, ever want to put something in my hand that has that much power to do something like that. I took 4 bullets, man, for my advocacy.
Brian?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. This is mainly to Representative for Ms. Davis. I think I called and I was a little rude to one of your staff. I was sort of upset because there's a young man at Meridian and 280. He lives up under that bridge, and I'm just really worried about him. And I was trying to keep doing the 311. You know, there go I, but for the grace of God. And I saw him today coming home again, from the 280 to up Meridian. So I don't know what side that's at, the south side. I just want him to have some help. There's just stuff under there. I think every person is created in the image of God. And it just has been bothering me a lot. Thank you.
Blair Beekman?
Hi, for people who want to continue to talk on these gun issues from the public, there's rules in open government meeting tomorrow. The open forum can allow that space to continue to talk about this issue publicly. For my own self, hopefully just a reminder tonight that with the work with the accountability and open public policies with the future of technology for a community that I'm working on, that it's an inclusive process. It's a process that's really meant to invite all parts of the community to ask questions about our better practices for our future. And I wish I was able to say that more clearly tonight. I just have a lot of vibrancy and life in what that can work towards and accomplish as a community and as a country, basically, and as a world. So good luck how we can work on these issues, and thank you.
Call in user 1.
mean, where do I start? This city is a big toilet that needs a flush. I mean, take a look at that downtown, everybody. Walk around. Do any of you ever walk around that downtown, whether you're a listener, city council, Sam's on his bike? What a toilet. Dried up vomit, feces, smells like urine. No economic vibrancy, no economic activity. What are you people going to do about the downtown? You want to build a village? Please. I can't imagine what these are going to look like. Yeah, I mean, you know, you can't get the fountain at the Rose Garden to work. You can't plant grass properly. What can the city do? Nothing. You know what you guys know how to do? Give out fines, citations, fees. Fees are taxes, by the way, Carrasco. A tax is a fee is a tax. A license is a tax, okay? It's just another way for you guys to...
Todd?
I know it's the structure of the council meeting and the feedback has been set up this way for a long time, but it seems counterproductive to the public to notice a memorandum on an item the day before, read that, try to gather your thoughts, speak your thoughts within 1 minute typically now, and then it's rebutted, but you don't get to speak again. So there needs to be some way that the city can have more of an open dialogue with its residents rather than a one-sided dialogue. Thank you.
Kirk Vartan?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. And boy, what a great lead up, Todd. That was a great comment that just preceded this. I fully agree. The Zoom meetings like we're having now allow people to participate where they are without spending hours in traffic or hours sitting on a chair to make your 1 minute comment, which is an incredible waste of time for the public. You talk about lost productivity. Think about the cost of all the people in the audience sit there to make just a 60-second comment because that's all they're allowed. And like you said, there's no dialogue. What I would like to see is whenever there's something that affects the entire city, whether it's an ordinance or a law, that there be a number of public outreach discussions before those laws go into effect or before they're heard or before they're finalized. And that way allows for the most community engagement possible. And with Zoom, it makes it very, very easy. So that would be my request. Continue to support this kind of technology and have more community dialogue. Thank you.
Jonathan Fleming?
Hi, this is Jonathan Fleming speaking as the Executive Director for the Silicon Valley Public Accountability Foundation. And I wanted to bring to the attention to the council, our organization has submitted multiple Public Records Act requests to the city. And as of yesterday morning, all of them were incomplete or unanswered. It actually took 4 months to get one of these PRAs finished. That dated back to September 17th of 2021. The rest of them, and there are multiple others that have not been even looked at, December 4th, and PRA just regarding our organization. December 14th, we put out public records requests for all of the insurance companies that Mayor Liccardo contacted. Well, that would have been nice information to have had today, but we couldn't have it. December 17th, multiple requests again. So that needs to be fixed. You need to be compliant with the law.
Chris?
Yes, I spoke with the city clerk's office, I think it was Friday, and talked to them concerning the public input and how council members are to use public input in weighing their decisions. And at least in the previous agenda item, it fully appears that very few of the council members really used public input and the desires of the community to really make their decisions. Now, I might be wrong, and everybody's got their own motivations on why they would vote for this ordinance, but you know, with overwhelming support or opposition to a particular thing, you know, I don't think the elected officials are really listening to the will of the people. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you. And thank you to the members of the community for your comments. The meeting's adjourned.